Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Donna Just Being Real. My channel is all about dating, love, relationships, and toxic relationship advice channel. We got something really toxic here. Okay, so this is something that's the trial's been going on. This is actually the first week of the trial, right? And this is crazy because I do remember reading about this a while ago. This is about a year ago, and I remember this about some young guy was stalking this OnlyFans model, and he was hiding in her attic. Yeah, in her attic. This is crazy. All right, so let me just give you a little bit of brief description about what this is about. And the people, oh my gosh, do I see Strong popping up in here? I was going to contact you because I was like, where have you been? Okay, where have you been? All right, so and good to see you, brother. Good to see you, mod on deck. So I stumbled across this one, right? Oh, what was I saying? Yes, I remember. Oh, I got a little lost here. So happy to see Strong. All right, let me just read a little bit what's this about before we're gonna get into this one, because this is insane, because I remember hearing about this one. Okay, where am I at? Let me read a little bit here. And what y'all do is you make sure you hit the like button, share the video on your social media, and also share your feedback. Tell me what you think. Share it and let me know if you're watching this trial too, because this is very interesting. All right, let me get a little bit of description of what's this about. All right, OnlyFans Stalker Mauricio, I can't pronounce it, just read it. All right, so this guy here, and I'm going to be basically playing the opening statement and some clips. Now, stands accused of stalking an OnlyFans model he met online, hiding in her attic and sneaking into her room to record her while she slept. You hear this? The Pennsylvania man allegedly got his hands on the New Hampshire woman's house keys and made copies so that he could come and go as he pleased. The victim, identified as NR in court documents, lived with her mother and began hearing strange noises coming from the attic. Police said that they had arrested this Dusty in February 2022 after catching him climbing out the attic and onto the roof of the victim's house. Isn't this insane? Now, but the thing about it, what's insane is, as I've been watching this trial, she slept with him. There's a little bit more to this. Yeah. All right, so we're going to go through this. But right now, I'm going to play the opening statement, so we're going to hear what the prosecution have to say, and then you're going to hear what the defense have to say. But you know how we do over here. I do it a little bit on a faster speed, right? So we're going to go a little bit of faster speed. Now, I'm going to have to let everybody know, be honest with you. There's going to be a little bit of static on here. And it's not from me, it's from them. I guess they have microphone, something was wrong with it. But just try to get past the static so you can get through it. It's like kind of like in the beginning, a little bit with the prosecution. But just wing your way through it. Wing your way through it. All right? So make sure, like I said, hit the like button and share your thoughts and opinions. Because this is insane. She done slept with this crazy one. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, let's get it. But not saying she deserves to be stalked. Don't get that wrong. But as you watch this trial, it's very interesting. And like I said, my channel is all about dating, love, relationship, toxic relationships. So I do anything that's dealing with relationships, dating, toxic relationships, so we can learn from it. And I think this is going to be definitely a good teaching tool for me to show right here on my channel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it. And the speed is going to be on 1.25. I might speed it up, but we'll see, because I know with that static, it might be a problem. So the speed now is on 1.25, and if it's too fast for you, what you do, you speed up. And everybody's here. Glad that you're here. Thank you for being here. Let's get it.
All right, thank you. So with that, opening statements, the state does go first, so you'll hear from Attorney Garrod and then Attorney Stalker. Attorney Garrod.
In the few months of the defendant's investigations, he went from being attracted to infatuated to obsessed with her, to the point where he lost all ability to think reasonably, to control his impulses, and made a series of very poor, very alarming, and ultimately very criminal decisions. On 5 occasions, between January 20th, 2022 and February 9th, 2022, he broke into Rachel's mother's home in Somersworth, where she was living, driving all of 350 miles 5.5 hours from his home in Pennsylvania. The first time he broke in on January 20th, he used access entry by using the back window, breaking into the storage barn and going through his personal belongings. A few weeks later, on February 7th. Over the course of 48 hours into February 9th, he made 4 separate entries into her home, this time coming prepared, with a pry bar, doors open for windows to gain entry, and a to-do list, a literal to-do list that included things like getting a key copy, planting microphones in order to hear her, and putting a tracker on her car. Now, while he's in her house during that 2-day time frame, he makes himself at home in the attic, bringing food and even a cup to urinate in. He does things that are on his list, such as making a key copy so that he can have better access. And he also does things like steal her underwear and photographs of her. Some of these entries, the defendant made sure, including the final entry, when he came in around 2 a.m. in the middle of the night, when he knew that Rachel, her mother Victoria, and her 2-year-old son Weston would be sleeping. The defendant broke into Rachel's home for no other reason than he had an obsession with her body, and that culminates that night in that final entry. He goes into her bedroom, lifts up the covers in her bathrobe, and takes a video of her vagina for his own personal pleasure. Now, the facts of this case, from the start to the finish, are almost straight to the fiction, as the truth can sometimes be. Right down from how the defendant first met Rachel. The defendant all the way from Vestal, Pennsylvania, and Rachel here living in Summersworth. And that was via this OnlyFans platform that we talked about on Monday. Now, OnlyFans is this platform where essentially a person can have a page or a channel, and other users can access that by paying to subscribe. It can be things like cooking tutorials or teaching somebody to play musical instruments. But of course, the internet, what it is, it's companies post pictures and videos of naked women, and the men there that pay to access them. And that's what this initial meeting was. Rachel had a page on OnlyFans where she would post nude pictures and videos, and the defendant was her subscriber, fan, if you will. He followed her page, and they engaged in various sexual banter. There's a message option on that app which allows, private requests and things like that. And at first, this relationship is purely transactional. She's communicating with the defendant because she's being paid to. But at one point, she gives him her personal phone number. And this messaging transitions from OnlyFans into this more personal realm of private cell phone texts. And as it did, the messages themselves became Rachel, who
Honey, you cannot do that. See, she got personal. She got personal. This is crazy. This whole trial, 'cause I remember hearing about this when I was reading it. I said, this is crazy. But then finding out more, like it says, everything comes out in the trial. And I see you, Nell, Gigi, hugs and kisses you. I see you, Melanie, and Maud on deck, Jack the Real. Here we go. Resume.
goes by Bella online, told him her real name, and that she has a young son. She's a single mother. At first, she's engaging in these text messages because the defendant is buying her things. He purchased her a flat screen TV and this fireplace space heater item in the hundreds of dollars and sending them to her house. The address to send them to her house and later her mother's address when she moves back to the car. But then sometime around November or December of 2021, these lines start to get blurry between this fake sexual online play into a more personal world where real people are having real discussions and the defendant develops real feelings. So he has her drive. And one day he takes this very drastic step and he decides to get in his car and drive again at 5.5 hours, 350 miles to her house and just takes his chance and shows up. This is December 2nd, 2021. Rachel is understandably a little freaked out. She tells him she can't see him, she's a 2-year-old, she can't just drop everything and go out and see the defendant. And he leaves that day without getting to spend any face-to-face time with Rachel. They still have not actually met in person. A couple weeks later, he does this unannounced visit a second time. And that time, she does agree to see him. And they have consensual sex in her apartment before she sends him off to bed. After that, from December to mid-January, he comes up 2 more times, unannounced again, 350 miles. But on both of those occasions, he does not get to spend any time with her. She sends him away. Perhaps frustrated by this, on January 20th, 2022, he again drives that long distance to Summersworth. And this time, not only does he not tell Rachel that he's coming, he never tells her that he's there. Instead, he goes in and he breaks into her home. Now you hear about this home that she shares with her mother. At that point, she had moved in around Christmas back into her mom from her own apartment. And it's this old Victorian house, kind of like a maze. And it's got these 2 back rooms, one's unfinished, and the one behind that's almost like a barn that are attached to the house. There's an old wooden window on that back barn that kind of slides to the side open. That had been secured by someone with a nail so it couldn't slide all the way. The defendant is able to break that window and then prop it back up afterwards so that anybody who was just looking at it quickly, they would not be able to know that necessarily that the window is broken of this old area of the house that nobody really goes to that often. So while he's in there in that back room, he's going through her childhood schoolwork. We know this because he took a photograph of something clearly important to him, a poem that she had written in grade school called Here Summer Raindrops. And we also know this because his fingerprints were on the cellophane sheet protector that was used to contain it. So when he leaves, and by the way, that pictures, those timestamps from that are about 3 a.m. in the morning. So he leaves. Rachel and her mom have no idea he's even in town. Not supposed to no idea that he's at their house at 3 a.m. And perhaps emboldened by the fact he got away with it on January 20th without anybody knowing, he returns a few weeks later. He drives all night and he gets to Somersworth, New Hampshire around 4 a.m. on February 7th. So that's a Monday. And as I said, when he returns, he has a to-do list. This to-do list lays out his plans for when he was there and demonstrates that he is on a mission. And that list, that to-do list, is found later in the notes section of his cell phone. It has things like go to her house, then put a tracker on her car, lock in her house, find her room and her stuff and get my shit back, get a key copy, put microphones and stuff to hear her, log into her phone hopefully, make sure to be very careful and sneakful around her home. Remember, get her phone and open it, unblock me on everything. It also details her son's name, his date of birth, a description of where her 2 friends live, that she drives a white Jeep. It lists her license plate and the name and number of Nate Wilson, a guy she had been seeing. So over the next 2 days, from that Monday to early Wednesday morning when he's arrested, he endeavors to complete this list. On Monday morning, he's able to get in using a pry bar that he brought up on a few different windows that he attempts to use on, where he's able to get one open and climb inside the home. He takes Rachel's keys right from the living room kitchen area while Victoria is getting ready for work. He leaves, and instead of just keeping that key to use to get inside of her house, he goes and makes a copy so as not to arouse any suspicion. He returned the original. So he sneaks that in the house in order to return the original and puts the keys on Monday morning, on Monday night, which Rachel, by the way, and Victoria have been turning the house down looking for all day, and puts them kind of underneath the kitchen island as if to say it'll be there all along. So it's Monday night. When Victoria comes down the next morning to get ready for work, she sees these keys that she's been looking for all this time and thinks to herself, oh, I thought I looked there a million times, but here are my keys, thinking nothing of it. But while he's in the house returning the keys, he does take some of Rachel's belongings, as I said, for good measure, her underwear, some photographs of her that were around the house, before he leaves again, this Tuesday morning that we're talking about, to go on a McDonald's run. Goes and gets some breakfast at McDonald's, some hot cakes and hash browns, and brings them back to the house, at which point Rachel and her mother are gone. And as he enters the
Do y'all hear this? He was just camping out in that attic. Oh my God, this is so scary. Oh my gosh. I remember, well, I'll tell you a story, but I'll save for later. Let's get back to it.
house around 10:15. He sort of takes his time, goes around the house, filming the interior, taking pictures of her bedroom all while eating his breakfast. And at some point, he goes into the attic and brings his food up there. We know at some point that day he decides to leave again because he needs to go to Target to purchase a tile tracker. I'm sure you're familiar with those, it's an Apple product. They can go on items like keys and stuff, and you use an app in order to track where it's going. He purchased that at Target, and he returns to the house. And this is around 9:44 p.m. that he's making that purchase. When he comes back to the house, it's late at night. And while he's debating his next move of whether or not he's going to sneak in and how, Rachel texts him. And she's saying, thinking, he's in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, that she's drunk, that she's lonely. She's drunk, she's intoxicated, and something she does when she's feeling that way is text the defendant, saying things like, I wish you were here. But at this point, he had been here, roughly 40.
Do you hear this? She gets drunk and she texts the defendant saying, wish he was here. This is crazy. See, I didn't know all of this. I didn't know. I see you, Lisa, creeping through the back door. I didn't know all of it. I just thought it was different. Wow. But she's alive, so that, thank God. You know what I mean? But, whoo, boy. All right, let's get back to it.
3 hours to get down here. But of course, she doesn't know that, and he doesn't tell her. So now we're up to 11:30 p.m. on Tuesday, February 8th, going into the 9th, Wednesday. And we'll get into more of this conversation that the two are engaging in that evening in a bit. But Rachel does eventually go when he says, oh, guess what, I'm in town. Kind of saying it was another unannounced visit. She does agree to go out and meet with him in his car. They kiss in the car, He pushes her head down to engage in oral sex, which she does for a brief second and then comes up and says, I don't want to do that. They have a discussion and she leaves, spend all of half an hour together. And she goes back into her house. And keep in mind, this is only the second time that they've ever had face-to-face interaction. The first being back in December, when she agreed to sleep with him. And it's been now a total of about 2 hours total that they've spent face-to-face. But she goes back inside and it's now about 1 a.m. The defendant waits a little while. He texts her at 1:51 a.m. and asks if she's awake. There's no answer, and he knows that she's been drinking. He waits 20 minutes and attempts to see if she's awake by calling her a blocked number. There's no answer, so he re-enters the home. He takes his shoes off and leaves them at the door so as not to make noise. And for almost 2 hours, he's hanging out in her house while she, her mother, and her 2-year-old are sleeping upstairs. No one knows how he spent those 2 hours in her home around 2 to 4 a.m. But we're able to piece together some from evidence that's found at the scene. For example, part of the time he was there, he was hiding in the attic because they found the tile device that he had purchased up there after he was arrested. He had wrapped it in blue masking tape as if to conceal what it was, but there it was, the blue tile, the tile that he had purchased. And they also found the McDonald's breakfast food, which he had apparently stored up there for later, as well as some graham crackers that he stole from. You know, he was up there for at least long enough time and he had to urinate because the McDonald's cup, which had a previous beverage in it, assumingly, was now filled with urine.
Oh, Lisa, the static that you hear is coming off of this video. Was something wrong with their, I guess they're recording, whatever. So when you hear this open statement, you're going to hear static now and then. But try to make the best out of hearing what's happening. This is crazy. All right, let's get back to it.
We can also piece together some of the things he was doing at home because of the activity on his cell phone. During those hours where he's in Rachel's home, he's doing things like using Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. He's listening to music. Actually, his earbuds were found at the scene. He's accessing the flashlight tool on his phone. He's in his notes app, quite literally checking his to-do list. We know that at some point, he came down and was walking around Rachel's bedroom. And we know this because at different times throughout the night, he's doing things like taking pictures of different items that are in her room. For example, at 2:30 in the morning, he takes a picture of her license plate, which was left on one of the rugs. Sorry, not license plate, license. About an hour after that, he took a picture of her cell phone lock screen. But of all the strange things he does that night, perhaps most concerning is the video he took at 3:19 a.m. when he lifts, again, like I said, the covers of the bed, into her bathrobe, and takes a video zooming in on her bare vagina. After that, he hangs around for about another hour until 4:15 when Rachel wakes up. Now you'll hear about that experience from Rachel herself, and she'll tell you that when she wakes up, she initially sees a figure, or thinks she sees a figure in the doorway, but she's half asleep. And while in the back of her head, she's thinking that this could be the defendant, who she knew was obviously around, she thinks maybe also it's her mom, or maybe that she's just imagining it. So she goes around the house to look. She's careful not to wake her son Weston, and she goes into her mom's room, tries to wake her up, and says, Mom, I think there might be someone in the house. And as they're doing this, they start to hear noises above their head. The defendant, they're at it. And then they start to kind of freak out. They call the police. When the police get there, they come into the house and walk upstairs. They too can hear these footsteps on the attic and roof. They go outside, use their flashlights, shining them on the roof, and sure enough, there is the defendant. He scuttles over to the other side. They run back up through the house. The police officer ultimately enters the attic, sees the window the defendant had opened and cut a hole in the screen, and ultimately gets the defendant to come back in through the window, and they arrest him in his bare socks. Now, after the defendant had been arrested, all the police basically know is what Rachel and her mom know, and that's the defendant was there in the early morning when he was arrested. At this point, they haven't gone to his phone, they haven't seen the video he took, they haven't fully interviewed Rachel or him, or processed the crime scene, and they don't really know what they're dealing with. So you hear about how his investigation sort of unfolds, and they have to kind of work backward and figure out that he had been in the house for the last 2 days and back in January. And as I try to talk to him to get his side of the story, he downplays it. He says, well, you know, we were fighting, we were arguing, I went in that night, sure, but I was just doing it to get my stuff back, and oh, by the way, the door was unlocked, I didn't break in or anything. And after getting that story, police kind of finding out more details, almost simultaneously. Seeing this video on his phone, finding the urine, the McDonald's, stuff like that in the attic, and they go and they confront him with these details that don't really fit his story. They confront him and confront him and confront him until finally he admits to what he's done. Now, one thing he does not admit to, since the police had not gone back to his phone all the way to January, is that January 20th break-in. So he's not asked about that, and he doesn't tell them. But he is specifically asked when he was here in January, when he had come to see Rachel, and he completely disincludes that January 20th trip. Now, I'm sure probably some of you are wondering, what exactly is this relationship between Rachel and the defendant? These two people that meet on this unusual platform are communicating, not spending any real time together, but when they are engaging in sexual activity. That's a good question. And it's not an easy thing to put a label on. I said earlier this started as a very transactional relationship, and the lines eventually got blurred, and that's true. But to Rachel, at least, they were never in a relationship. And when the defendant is asked, were you ever in a relationship, he agrees and says, well, it was always this really complicated thing. In order to get the full picture, it's important to know about where Rachel was at the time. She was 24 years old, a single mom. Despite posting videos of her naked body, which you would think maybe she's a confident person, she actually had incredibly low self-esteem. She had bad relationships with men, and she was drinking a lot. And so when the defendant comes along, showering her with these compliments and gifts, and clearly enamored, she liked it. She even encouraged it. She flirted, she spent her free time on the phone with him, FaceTiming him, free of charge. And even though she didn't really want any sort of real relationship with the defendant, this conversation that she has with him over text messages doesn't necessarily reflect that. And especially true if she had been drinking and texting with the defendant. At one point telling him she kind of liked the fact that he was a little obsessed with her. Now when he would make his surprise visits, and this person that was online is suddenly on her street, sure, it freaked her out, but part of her was also flattered. She wanted to be wanted, she wanted the attention from men, good or bad. And another part of her felt guilt. She knew she encouraged his feelings, and it was partially her fault that he would drive up all this way, spend all that time coming to see her, because she would say things like, I wish you were here. And part of that guilt sort of manifests in the sleeping with him. At times, Rachel talked cold. She would go from saying, like, this is too much, we have to stop talking, I'm gonna block you. And then she'd go back to talking with always these kind of hyper-sexualized overtones to messages, since that is how this relationship initially started. And you'll see some of those messages. I don't see all of them, we'd be sitting here for a full lecture week, but you'll see some, and you'll see that especially the messages that they exchanged on that day, February 8th, leading up to when he was arrested. And it's very indicative that day of how they spoke to each other over the course of this time frame. 1 minute, she's accusing him of not being able to move on, asking him to leave her alone, and then 12 hours later, when she's been drinking, asking if he wants to FaceTime her, saying that she thinks she's in love with him, that he's the only one that makes her feel special, and wishing that he was here. And when she's texting him, she's drunk and then she's lonely, he sees those text messages. Like she doesn't know, but he's in town, on the street, and he thinks it's his chance. And he tells her, what would you do if I was here right now? And she goes out to see. So you'll see those messages, you'll see the break in those messages when she goes up to talk. And you'll see the messages afterwards when she goes back inside, and thinking about it, gets really mad at him for thinking that he just has the right to show up at her mom's house, picks a fight with him, and tells him to never come here again. For his part, he does engage in this kind of toxicity. And you might even feel a little bit sympathetic towards him, because at times Rachel is not really being fair with his feelings. But of course, having a girl play with your emotions doesn't give anybody the right to write in your house. Now, I don't know what the defense is going to be when I sit down and he gets up here. He mentions on Monday something about role playing. And the defense may be that since there were times where she said that she loved him or liked that he was kind of obsessed with her, this somehow was permission for him to hide in her attic and film her while she's sleeping. Or maybe that this was some kind of sexual fantasy that they both had and were acting out. And while you consider that, or if you consider that, there's a couple things that you'll hear in evidence that I'd like you to pay attention to. And that's when the detective sergeant testifies about this interview that he had with the defendant the day after he was arrested. And he specifically asked, did she ever invite you into her house? And he says, no. He specifically asked, did she ever tell you to break in? And he says, no. You'll also see 2 notes that the defendant wrote to Rachel. At one point, he had left one on her porch. It's actually not found until a few days after the fact, but a note that says, please forgive me for whatever I do. He writes another note in the police department to Rachel, apologizing for what he had done. Also, pay attention to the evidence of his actions, and especially the messages that he sends that day, where he actively tries to hide from Rachel the fact that he is in town, that he never tells her that he had been there, for example, for the 43 hours leading up to the evening of February 8th. And the fact that when the police come that night, instead, or when Rachel wakes up that night, instead of staying and engaging in some kind of like role play, he leaves and runs out off into the roof in his socks. You also pay attention to what you won't hear. And that's any sort of evidence in phones or messages where they plot out some kind of role-playing sexual tryst that involves him hiding in her attic and urinating into a cup. What the evidence will not show is that Rachel or her mom, for that matter, either asked asked for or deserved to have the defendant creeping around in and out of their home, stealing their belongings, and violating their most basic privacy rights. But the evidence will show is that the defendant did these things, not because he thought he had permission to, but because he felt compelled, because he had gone from fan to fanatic and became obsessed with Rachel. And at the end of this trial, after you hear all of the evidence, I will come back and ask you to find the defendant guilty. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Attorney Stalker.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see him sitting there right there? And he's been crying. Like in the beginning of the trial, he cries a lot. I ain't gonna lie, I felt this slightly, sorry for him. But yo, dude, I know you got caught up with her, and you had intercourse with her. You felt that you was special. You was buying her gifts, and she received the gifts. But you broke into her home, and you was hiding in the attic. You can't do that. Wow, 20 years old when this happened. I think he was 20 years old when this happened. Wow. All right, let's get back to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's funny. Yesterday we did the jury selection. We talked about, why the year we tried to do it a little bit better. It's funny. I didn't realize that Attorney Guerrero was going to be so upset by the role play issue, and you'll see why in a bit. The other thing, and this is the thing about this case that you're going to find somewhat interesting and maybe a little unusual. There's not a lot in dispute here. This is a case where you may hear lots of forensics and things like that. The fact of the matter is, Mauricio was interviewed 3 times for hours, and they were taped and they were transcribed. There's not going to be a lot of dispute about mechanically what happened. The dispute's going to be about why and what it means. That's what the issue's going to be. No, and I don't know if you want to call it role play or what have you, but ultimately you're the ones who can decide whether or not this is a burglary, and that's what the issue really is here. Look, there may be some misconduct going on here, maybe some is criminal. The issue here is it's just a burglary. It's just a burglary. Let me just sort of introduce Mauricio again. He goes by Mo sometimes. I call Mauricio. I believe that Rich Weakness calls him Mo. So I'll call him Mo from time to time because you'll see that in multiple interviews that you hear about. Mauricio, when this happened, was 19 years of age. He was really big. Rich Weakness, of course, was 24. He lives in Pennsylvania. He lives here with his mother, so that. But she's here by herself because the rest of the family is down in Pennsylvania working with family restaurants. They have a Mexican restaurant in Philadelphia. The whole family works there, as does Mauricio. In fact, Mauricio kind of worked with Dad and really doesn't have a lot of time to do a lot of socializing outside his work. The complaining, witness, he meet him. And as you heard from the right, it's a site that's used to sell material, or some people call it content. The content, there's a subscription service, and the person subscribes and buys the content. This is typically the extent of any kind of connection the purchaser and the content maker will have. Usually they don't have, there's no personal phone numbers exchanged. This is unusual. And this is where things really go south, because there is a relationship here. And a relationship which she actually welcomes, not just tolerates, but welcomes. Financially she does well. He's generous. And he gives her money and gifts outside the OnlyFans site because she wants them. But let's make no mistake about it. They make that jump into the friend zone and then into more of a lover issue. They become lovers. There's no question about it. They have consensual sex twice. They are lovers by definition. Right? They cross that line. And one of the things that is concerning about this case is really what he is a client. And she knows it. She's known this right along. She's been playing him right along. And it's in her interest that he doesn't know. And he doesn't know.
Defense brought up a point. This is a client. Shouldn't have did this. This is like a situation, like I always say, is you got to be careful, dealing with somebody in the workplace. Because things can go left Really can. All right, let's get back to it.
So,
Oh, hold a second. Oh, Jack, let me take you off. Hold a second, Jack. Let me take off the settings so people won't hear you echoing. All right, go ahead, Jack. What were you going to say?
okay. So he killed the woman.
No. She's alive. She's alive.
Oh, okay.
So
So
basically,
it's an assault.
no. What basically is what's happened is, she's an OnlyFans model. He was a client.
Oh, so she's the OnlyFans thought.
Okay. Yes. She's a client. He's a client. But somewhere she
So
ended up.
he's Myron.
Oh my God, this is a Myron, isn't it? Okay, so she gives him the number. They talking, and they talking. He's sending her gifts. He came to see her. He drove up miles away, like 5 hour drive. I don't think she knew that he was coming to see her, but she gave him some cookies. So he was in his glory. And I think he did another trip, and she he pushed his head down. Wait a minute, he pushed her head down to do, blank blank with the cookies, but she kind of lifted her head like no or whatever. But she was kind of, making him think he might have had a opportunity, whatever. But he was stalking her, was living in the attic, and copied her keys, was coming back and forth into the home until one day that the mother heard some, footsteps, like what's going on? Because she lives with her mother, like what's going on? And then they called the cops, and then he got arrested. He's sneaking out the attic window. hmm This is crazy, right?
He should go to prison then.
Yeah, he messed up, and I think
I don't care what happened. I mean, at the end of the day, you're in control of your own actions.
that's true. That's true. He cries every day, Jack. When he's in court, he's crying, crying.
I don't care about his crime. He a punk.
Yeah,
That's punk move. Be a man. I mean, move on. I mean, I understand. Okay, she kind of manipulates you in the situation, but learn from it. I mean, just keep it real. Let's just learn from the lesson. You know, I can tell you stories of being trying to get backdoored, but I don't hold that to the next woman I'm going to be with. You know, you just gotta learn your lesson. You know, a man that says that all the reason I did this was because she manipulated me. He's a weak man. He just needed to cut his balls off and just be a eunuch.
oh my God, oh my gosh, that's my co-host, the real Jack Newtown. All right, let's get back to this one. You got to hear these text messages, Jack. Just hang in there, Jack. All right, let's get back to it, ladies and gentlemen.
He thinks that they actually enjoy the relationship. And this is what, this is the trouble with this case. Is that, this isn't your usual burglary, which is economically motivated. People think of themselves burglary, well, that's when some guy masturbates in and steals a soda. That is not the case. Not even close. Like I said, there may be some issues, and maybe there was an invasion of privacy. You'll have an opportunity to determine whether or not this is a burglary, or is it really a criminal trespass? Is he really trespassing and taking pictures he's not supposed to be taking? Burglary, folks, is the unprivileged or unlicensed entry into an occupied structure. Okay? That also can be a trespass. What makes it a burglary is the intent. What makes it a burglary is what was his intent when he entered, when he crossed that threshold. He has to have the intent to commit crime before he goes into that house. Okay? He has to go into the house with that pre-understanding that I'm going to break in to steal something, or to do some such thing, to steal what happened. It's obvious from, the indictment, state's not really clear either. That work, they should privacy, not for sure. But this is going to be the issue, is what was his intent? And honestly, a lot of the stuff that you've heard in the opening, the mystery seeking out the fingerprint people, people doing forensics on the cell phones and things like that, and it's going to take hours to get through it. The fact is, not necessary, because largely everyone's in agreement about what happened. And the reason why everyone knows what happened is because she told them. 3 separate issues, 3 separate detectives, and it wasn't pleasant for Mauricio. Remember, he's 19. This is a shock to his system. Not only is he finding out the sad truth, which is a client, and as he finds out, he's also finding himself in facing police officers for hours and hours and hours. And it's all going to come down to what his intent was. first time he does come up, it is unannounced. It is in December, and she doesn't want to see him. And so he leaves. Fair enough. You know, and by the way, while this is going on, they're always constantly in communication. You're going to see books and books and books of text messages, folders back there, text messages, thousands of them. This is going on throughout. Whenever he goes on the visit, it's discussed online, or they're texting, they discuss afterwards, or sometimes they discuss it before. Sometimes he surprises her, hopes she'll see her. He comes bearing gifts when he does that, when he comes up. This is sort of thing that sort of developed. But closer to Christmas, the first visit was roughly January 7th, but that's probably correct. As he goes closer to Christmas, he comes up and she welcomes him. She's like, okay, great. And they basically have a date. He stays there. He stays for a couple hours in her home. She doesn't go all the time. And he stays there. They engage in sexual activity, intercourse. And then, he leaves some money and he leaves some gifts. He also, and this is interesting too, because most people who are content providers don't usually give their addresses to their clients. She does. And she does that so he can have stuff delivered to her house. She's all for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the people that's watching replay that's coming in here. Like I said, it's a teaching channel, so I'm going to ask certain questions. Do you feel that she was kind of using him for gifts and extra money, and basically she did it to the wrong person and didn't realize? I mean, the gifts, and she slept with him. Not saying it's okay to be stalking her, not saying it's okay to be hiding in her home. That's against the law. That is completely wrong. That's violation. But we have to look at it. There was a little bit of encouragement. If I'm making sense. Just let me know. Who's watching replay that's here. Just share your thoughts, right?
She's an OnlyFans thought. I mean, what did he expect? I mean, of course she gonna use you. You OnlyFans.
But Jack, she's 20. He was 20 years old.
I don't care. Should have known better.
I know, but I'm not trying to give no sympathy for him. I know
You're a grown man.
He did. Yes, he's a grown, but he's 20 years old. He just got out of the teens. He probably never had no ass in his life. Excuse my language. He probably didn't really have no cookies in his life.
Okay, but still at the end of the day, you ain't got no right to sit there and do no crazy stuff like that. Now you finna go to prison. You finna go to the big house. You finna meet the booty warrior, Fleece Johnson.
Yeah, you're right.
Because of your stupidity.
But Jack, you don't understand. What I'm trying to say is, I don't want y'all to get it.
Look, I understand she manipulate him. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
But at the same time, at the end of the day, you a man. At the end of the day, you make decisions. Either you choose to leave it alone, or you choose to pursue it to the point to where you have to go to prison. He had a choice. He should have. He had a thought. If he was able to duplicate keys and stuff, he had thinking process. That means he could have thought, said, you know what? I don't think this is right. I think this is wrong. Why am I duplicating keys to go up there? Why am I got piss bottles to go up in there in that attic just to hide, just to find
McDonald's and stuff?
Come on now. He was thinking. So obviously he knew what he did was wrong.
But he cries every day in court, Jack.
I don't care if he cries, punk.
Nell Gigi said he should not have stalked her. However, she should not have led him on.
I agree. She should not let him on. But at the end of the day, when it comes to this society, the man is going to be held accountable regardless.
Nell Gigi, they do. These 19, 20-year-old boys are the most horniest ones.
I don't feel sorry for them. No. If you were smart enough to duplicate some keys and sneak in that house, then you smart enough to walk away from the situation.
I understand. I'm not trying to. What you did? It's just.
Look, see, people sympathize with him because of his looks. Let him be Pookie.
I ain't gonna lie. When I first
and let him be Pookie and see how much sympathy he gets.
That's why he cried. He know he's scared. You are done.
Yeah.
20 is not a man meant
like fried rice.
See, you understand Nell Gigi a little bit. I understand. We're not saying it's okay, but he's a baby. He just got out of teens. He probably never had no cookies. It was the first cookie.
Again,
he probably saved up his lunch money and stuff.
If this was Pookie, nobody would have felt sorry for him.
Well, I'm just saying, Jack.
At the end of the day, if you know how to duplicate keys and sneaking in that house with piss bottles trying to stalk her, then he's smart enough to walk away from that situation knowing that he got burned. He got burned. He got burned.
This is,
I
I
hate to
should be
say it.
laughing. I'm
No,
not
I'm
laughing.
not saying she's right. I'm saying she's dead wrong on arrival. But at the same time, this man had a future and he had an opportunity to walk away from that situation.
But all right, we're gonna get into. I'm gonna play some more. We're gonna get into those text messages, okay, Jack? I mean, she was sending him those drunk texts. I miss you, and all this kind of stuff. This young boy didn't know what to do. He probably figured he was being romantic. You know what I mean? He probably thought, you know what I'm saying? But that videotaping her naked while she sleep. Now that's.
I mean, he knew she was an OnlyFans. So what did he expect? A romance? I mean,
Well, the way she was texting him. All right, we're gonna get back
it
to
was
it.
a hit it and quit it situation. He should have just quit it.
All right. Well, we're gonna finish this closing, and we're gonna get into the text messages, okay, Jack? And you tell me what you think of these text messages, okay? We're not.
I don't care about the text messages. If he was smart enough to duplicate those keys and hide in that attic, then he's smart enough to walk away from it.
Okay. Let's get back to it, ladies and gentlemen. Resume.
This is, like I said, he's the one that's understanding his plan. She doesn't really ever have any doubt about that. She doesn't have any feelings for him whatsoever, really. It's a pseudo relationship. He's with her, and she knows that, and she exploits those feelings. She exploits those feelings in a very mercenary type way. And remember, she's really in a position of control here. She's older, she's in the business, he's young, naive, stupid. Not as he's a dumb person, he acts dumb, stupidly.
And how you doing, Corner? You came up in here. I do find it concerning young women don't think that showing off your body online and having a parasocial relationship with their followers that they can't see how dangerous that is. Yep. hmm I'm not saying it's right what happened to her, but we have to look at it. This is a teacher channel. We have to look at all angles and learn from this. Okay, this is insane. All right. Well, thank God she's here. Thank God. All right. Resume. I don't think he would ever try to kill her, but you never know. Resume.
She's in love, she's let him know. To say that she's sending mixed messages, which, by the way, is one of the ways she describes this. She's interviewed as well. And one of the ways she describes this, well, I guess I was sending mixed messages. Well, that's a wildly grotesquely understatement. She also describes her behavior as leading him on and messing with his head. Her words. She actually tells him, repeatedly, she tells him that she loves him. She tells him that she enjoys having sex with him, and he's believable. She's ready to believe that. He wants that more than anything else in the world. So when she says to him that I love you and I love having sex with you, he's on cloud nine, he's floating now. This is the tragedy here. It's like, he really got to do it.
Yep, he was on cloud nine. He's telling her, Jack. She's telling him, oh, I love having sex with you. 20 years old, though. All right, now G said, I don't feel sorry for him. Young ladies need to be more cautious with their bodies. Exactly. And I got what you said, Connor. You said, I don't feel sorry for him at all, by the way. Okay. And what else? Lee said, I do think that she was using him. Oh, yeah, she was definitely using him. See, we have to be careful with the games that we play with people because you might be doing it with an unstable person.
Did he expect? She was an
He's
OnlyFans.
young. He's young, Jack. You don't supposed to say he just got out the teens, Jack. Come
I
on.
don't care. The society doesn't give a damn about that. They don't care about that. They locking kids up in prison. What you talking about?
Yeah, they locking them up, aren't they?
Yeah, because the thing is, if the parents don't control them, the state gonna control you. You don't want the state to control your kids because they ain't gonna show no mercy to your children whatsoever. They're gonna use them as a slave. So in this society, there is no mercy in this society. If you 12 years old committing a robbery, they're gonna lock you up. They don't care.
Well said, LGG. She saw how simple-minded he was and took advantage of him. And this stuff happens a lot. She took advantage of him, but thinking twice how dangerous that was. LOL.
Well, I mean, at least it got to the point to where he was just stalking her instead of attacking her. It could have been to a point to where the dude would have came out and killed her.
Yeah, she is lucky.
Because I mean, some of them will come up there for the whole nine and kill you, your mama, your kids, and your whole family.
And he was down there videotaping her while she sleep naked.
Yeah, voyeur. That's voyeurism.
All right, let's get back to it because I want you to hear the text messages. All right, let's get back to it.
At the end of the day, there is it. It's still 19, or maybe it's 20. You know, this is the tragedy here. What you're going to see, what you're going to find after the evidence is close in this case, and again, largely it's going to come from his own mouth. You're going to hear, at least 3 different detectives talking about interviews they did, and they were videotaped all. What you're going to find is that, yes, he went into the house. Yes, he was making himself home there. But his intent is going to be the issue. He didn't go in to steal things. He didn't go in to take pictures. The things that he took were dumb, underwear, pictures. No silverware, no money.
How does not intent where he made duplicate keys?
His house was impulsive. It wasn't planned out. Yes, he has an idea how he's going to move her, how he's going to go about that. But he doesn't plan ahead of time and say, well, I'm going to go in there and steal stuff. I'm going to go in there and take pictures. No, he goes in there impulsively to sort of sit there and wait. Because he doesn't live around here. He needs a place to stay. Sometimes he stays in hotels. Sometimes he sleeps in his truck. But this is what we're talking about, because at one point they asked me, well, why did you go in the house? You have this date there, and this is the thing. He goes up the day this happens. February 8th is probably what happens, maybe the 9th, somewhere around there. When this happens, they actually have another date. He picks her up, he goes out to her house, he waits for her, she comes out, they go off, and then they engage in more sex, fellatio, basically. And after that, they have a fight, and some of the things she says to him is that, well, I'm going to throw your stuff away, because she's got some stuff. She's got sunglasses, she's got something his mother gave him, she gave him a special hat, a beanie, she's got the sentimental value, she's got that. There's some things that she has. Also, the TV set, they get in a fight, and she'll say, well, just take the TV and go. Or I'm going to throw the TV away, just take it and go, take it to the fireplace and go. They have this fight, then they make up. Incidentally, at least one of these times, if not more, he starts to get a little smart and says, this is terrible, I'm out of here. He actually tries to get away from her. She reinitiates the contact. And she actually says some things like, I actually enjoyed having someone obsessed with me. I like this game you're playing. I like this. So this is the problem. This is the problem in this case. She's 5 years old here. He's her client. And the tragedy in this case is he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that. And when he went into that building, into that house, it was impulsive. You could just easily say, well, he took graham crackers, he must have gone in there to eat something. He doesn't know what he's doing at this point. He just goes in. Frankly, when you...
His defense lawyer should just say, let's just plead for a reduced sentence.
What are you going to do there? It's just to do this, get my stuff back. None of that. He's getting his stuff back. Okay? So at the end of the day, you're going to have choices. At the end of the trial, we'll all address you again. Attorney Rod and I will give you our views of the world. It will be different, but you're going to find that the evidence is going to be somewhat consistent with whatever his view of the evidence really is. But you'll be given the law by Judge Howard. And Judge Howard's going to talk to you about what your options are. And you'll have options, perhaps to convict him on stuff that he did, or maybe you'll find he didn't know. But at the end of the day, you're not going to find that he went into that house with a purpose to commit any kind of crime. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Attorney Ramos, are you calling the first witness? State?
Yes, Your Honor. State call Sergeant Nicole Fake.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the state is calling its first witness. This is where you can take notes if you choose, so you can get your notepad ready again. It's entirely up to you.
Look at him, Jack. He crying. See him? Look at he crying. Jackie's crying. He don't want
Go cry to your mama.
He don't want to go to the booty house. He know he in trouble.
Yeah, he going to the homo house.
Look at him. He's just,
Yes.
Oh, I couldn't sleep at night defending a creep. I don't know how these
Here.
defendants be doing it.
He gonna get hit in the yard because the guys in prison don't take lightly of things like that. That is creep predator charges. You getting hit in the yard, you getting stabbed.
Okay, I'm gonna show another clip. We're gonna get into
Forward, please.
day two, because
You'll
this is
notice
all
that
about
the
what the
witness stand is moving to
officers
the
when they
right
had
and back.
arrested. But we want to
When you
get into
enter the
these
witness
text
stand, you can kindly
messages.
remain standing. Raise your
Okay,
right hand.
so
Do you
give me a
swear or
second
affirm
here
that the
so I can
testimony you give to
change
the
the
jury will be the truth
screen.
and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury? Please be seated.
All right, we're gonna get into day two. Excuse me. All right, where am I at? Is that day two? No. Share. Look at him, Jack. He know he messed up. All right, let's. I'm gonna fast forward up to text messages. All right, give me a second.
Boo hoo, cry river.
In the case. All right, so Captain Sunderland, just to remind you that you are under oath, and I believe we're on cross-examination at this point.
No, we're still on direct.
Oh, you were still on direct. Well,
Captain Sutherland, before we get into the messages, a couple things I wanted to go over with you. First is this. It's a state's 44. Can you tell me what that is?
This is the Supreme Pry Bar that was taken out of Mauricio's truck. It was on the passenger side floor.
Anything unique about the color of the pry bar?
It's red.
I have the DB circuit and it's entered as a full exhibit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we on day two, so we're gonna watch a little bit of day two. Resume.
right, no objection to 44. It's a full exhibit.
Another item I wanted to ask you about was when you were speaking to the defendant, did you learn where he was from?
Yes,
Where was that?
Ben Salem, Pennsylvania.
And do you know approximately distance to Ben Salem, Pennsylvania?
It's about 350 miles, if I remember correctly.
Approximately the length of that drive.
5.5 to 7 hours, depending on traffic.
So next,
What did Neil Gigi said? I changed my major to forensic psychology. You go, girl. Ooh, wow. That's what I'm talking. Congratulations. Okay, what else? Neil Gigi said I couldn't be a defense attorney either. All right, what is Strong said? I'm so happy for you, Nell Gigi. Thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you for sharing that. Nell Gigi, they don't care about the people they're defending. They are paving the way for their career. Woo, boy. All right, let's get back to it.
I want to
Should start your private practice, Neil GG.
and first, how would you describe the extent of the messages between the defendant and Rachel?
There were thousands.
Okay. So rather than get into those thousands, I'm going to narrow it down to days leading up to his arrest. Can you tell me what this is, States 46?
So States 46 is going to be the text messages from Mauricio's phone number to Rachel's phone number.
And then States 47.
States 47 is text messages from Mauricio's Hotmail, which I think was coming from his phone, to the phone number of 620-244-8567.
During your investigation, did you identify who that number belonged to?
That was Rachel's.
And do you know what platform she was using to use that number?
I don't remember.
But these are the messages between the two anyway, on those two different platforms.
Yes.
I strike ID from 46 and 47 and enter them as full.
I'm good.
No objection? All right, there being no objection, there'll be full exhibits.
So we're gonna go through those messages. It's gonna take some time. And we'll start with states 47 and we will read along. Can you first just tell me states 47 where, what date those messages start?
These messages start on February 8th, 2022 at 11:43 in the morning.
To the extent this can be seen. Third box. So starting on page 1, you want to just start going through.
The first message is from Rachel's phone number, and it's to Mauricio saying, hey. The next message is again from her saying, call me. The next message, right now. Mauricio responds, no, leave me alone. Rachel replies, no, it's fucking important. Mauricio replies, what? What now? Rachel responds, call me now, please. Mauricio replies, no. His next message is, leave me alone. Rachel says, dude, what the fuck? Mauricio says, I'm done with you. Rachel says, I have to tell you something serious. Mauricio says, what? Just tell me here. Rachel says, no, FaceTime me. Mauricio says, I'm at work and can't talk much. Rachel says, no, FaceTime me, please. Mauricio says, leave me TF alone. Rachel says, I promise I won't ask again. Mauricio says, no, stop. Rachel says, fine. Rachel says, bye then. Mauricio says, I'm trying to get over you. And bye. Rachel says, I just want to see your face. Mauricio says, ha, LOL. Rachel says, I know you're here. Mauricio says, look at my Insta then, or my old pics I sent you. Then he says, what? And then his next message is, TF, are you talking about? Rachel says, you're here. Again, Mauricio replies, what? Rachel says, in New Hampshire. Mauricio says, I'm not. Rachel says, yes, you are. Mauricio
Pause
says,
there for a second, Donna.
RN. Didn't I tell you? Rachel says,
I want to respond to Connor. How y'all think the easy access to pornography has affected young men's, women's minds? Y'all don't have to answer if you don't want to. Well, yes, it is a problem, but it's not the problem. That's no different than crack. Cocaine is easily accessible. Marijuana, LSD is easily accessible. Drugs are easily accessible. A lot of things are easily accessible. It's just up to you if you're going to choose to do it or don't. Alcohol is easily accessible. A lot of things that are illicit are easily accessible. You have to make that decision in your mind to either you're going to do it or you don't do it. You know, a lot of things, cigarettes are easily accessible. A lot of things are easily accessible. It's just, are you going to partake on that accessibility, or are you going to reject it? So, I mean, just like pornography, drugs, illicit drugs is easy to get. Hell, it's easier to get than legalized marijuana. Want to be honest? That's all.
Thank you, Jack. And Marlene, blessings and welcome. All right, we resume.
I hope you are. Mauricio says, I am. Rachel says, come over. Mauricio says, TF. And his next message is no. Again, Rachel says, come over. Her next message is, okay, bye. Mauricio says, I'm not driving 5 hours. His next message is, and then when I get there, he'll say, oh no, I can't come out. Rachel says, just FaceTime me quick, you poopy head. Mauricio says, same BS every time. His next message is no, And the next message is, I don't want to see you. Rachel says, okay. Mauricio says, plus, what were you calling me hoopy at? Didn't you hate me or something? Bye, Felicia. And his next message is, stop playing with me. He next responds with, listen, I'm sorry I'm acting like this, but it's for our own good. Rachel says, I mean, you text me first. Rachel says, but okay. Mauricio says, but who texted me last week? His next message is, and called me. That was last week, I haven't since, is what Rachel responds with. Mauricio says, but who said I love you on FaceTime last week? Rachel's reply is FaceTime me. Mauricio says, no. He goes on to say, if you want to see my face, then look at my old pics I sent you. Then he sends a pic. His next message is, here's a pic from 2 hours ago. He follows that up with when I was taking a shower. Rachel says, I don't want a pic. Mauricio says, IDC. Rachel says, okay, goodbye then forever. Mauricio says, ha, LOL. His next message is bye. Rachel's next message is, I was just making sure you didn't break into my house or something because my door looked weird. Rachel's next message is, I want nothing to do with you. Mauricio responds, then stop texting me then. His next message is, and listen, I got business to take care of and I don't have time to drive up there for a girl who doesn't like me anymore. His next message is, and hates me. Rachel's response is, dude, you fucking said you were gonna show up last week, but the snow stopped you. Her next message, you said you were gonna just walk around my fucking neighborhood. Her next message was, like you scare me. Mauricio responds, I only said that BC, you were like, oh my God, like, excuse me. I only said that BC, you were like, oh my God, you like me anymore and you're not obsessed with me anymore. And I only said it to please you. Mauricio's next message is, goodbye, Rachel, and good luck in life. And his final message is, Rachel, I'm sorry for being an asshole, for being pushy, and everything else. I think I did or said to you, I truly am, and I just want to leave things off in peace between us. I don't want us to hate each other. I'm just asking for your forgiveness.
All of these messages, fair to say they occur between just before noon and 1:45 on the 8th.
Yes, the first message is 11:43 in the morning. The last message is on 2/8/22 at 1:43 in the afternoon.
And they're kind of saying, or I guess refusing to confirm that he's in New Hampshire.
No objections.
Sustained. Deleting.
Does the defendant, or does Mauricio acknowledge New Hampshire during the messages?
No,
And what is significant to you about that time frame these messages were sent in?
Mauricio is clearly in New Hampshire. I believe, in fact, he was in Somerset during those times.
And how long had he been?
Yes.
Guys, did the defendant tell you he had been in New Hampshire that entire time frame?
Yes, yes.
And were you able to find data in his phone that confirmed that he had been in New Hampshire during that time frame?
Yes.
And the data in his phone, how long had he been in New Hampshire for by the time he sent those messages? From what you know from his phone?
I believe he got to New Hampshire on the 7th, around 5 in the morning. On February 7th, around 5 in the morning.
So if we're talking about around noon on the 8th, how long had the time would that be?
30 hours. Okay.
Now moving on to, remind me of the number on that.
46.
States 46. Again, what are those?
These are text messages from Mauricio's phone number to Rachel's phone number.
same exercise, I'm just gonna go through them.
These messages start,
Oh, I'm sorry, let me preface that with a question. Can you tell me the messages I had indicated on that first page when they were sent?
the first messages were sent on February 1st, 22 at 12:07.
In the next page, is there a gap between them? Time gap?
Yes,
Okay, and how long is that time gap?
7 days.
Okay, so we'll go through the last messages that were sent in the first, and then the ones after the time gap. On the 8th. Go ahead.
So the messages from the first? So the 3 messages from February 1st are, the first being at 12:07. Yeah, I'm just glad you're happy now. The next, Mauricio says, yeah, I'm just glad you're happy now. Rachel says, I'm not.
Connor, it's okay. It's all right. Long as you're here, I'm glad that you're here. Don't worry. Long as anybody have any questions, put them out there. If I answer to the best of my ability, or Jack will answer to the best of my ability, we go from there. But this is really a good lesson, a good teaching tool watching this because, I might, be laughing a little bit. You got to laugh at some of this stuff, right? But I'm just like, she had this man buying gifts, having sex with him. He was 20 years old. I'm not trying to give no sympathy because what he did was wrong. You're not supposed to break nobody's home and you take a picture of her in the nude. Oh well, let's get back to it. Let's listen to more of these text messages. And I think Marlene said why he didn't block her. Well, listen to the text messages. She was, still contacting him. Oh, I miss you, and all the drunk texts. You see what I'm saying? All right, let's get back to it. Ooh, who just popped up in here? Oh, Lovely just popped up in, and hugs and kisses to you, beautiful. Hugs and kisses. Reason. Make sure everybody hit the like button, and also feel free to engage. And the people in the bushes, thank you for being here. And if you need to reach out to me, you can find my email in the description. If you have any viewers requests or need any coaching, anything like that, or you need to speak to me, in private, feel free to email me. You'll find it in the description. Let's get it. And shout out to the replay watchers. Thank you. Resume.
Mauricio says, I'm sorry to hear about that. Then the messages begin again on February 8th, 22 at 0040 hours. Mauricio says, hey. Then he says, sorry, I didn't mean to text you. Rachel responds with, okay. Rachel's next message is, don't show up here. Mauricio responds, okay, I was gonna check up on how you were. Rachel says, are you here? Mauricio says, no, TF. Rachel says, yeah, well, I'm fine, thanks. Mauricio responds, I can't do this to myself anymore. Rachel's reply is good, and her next message, goodbye. Mauricio says, what's with the attitude? Rachel responds, dude. Her next message is, can you stop? Mauricio replies, what? His next message, you literally called me last week saying I love you. Rachel's response, yep, I was drunk. Mauricio's reply, yeah, that's kind of a fucked up thing to say to someone a week later after saying I hate you and shit. Rachel responds, boo-hoo. Her next message, I hate you. Her next message, you're literally an asshole. Mauricio replies, WTF. His next message, what did I do? And his next message, after everything I've told you and done for you, I did a couple of mistakes and now I'm an asshole. Rachel says, Mao, move on. Mauricio's reply, okay, I'm trying, okay? Mauricio's next message is, it's fucking hard for me to do so. Rachel says, well, you have to. Mauricio, I fucking fell hard for you. Mauricio's next message, I was accepting to move on and then you literally messed up my mind up last week. Rachel's reply, okay. Rachel's next message, yet you said you were going to come here again before I even text you. Rachel's next message is, so stop trying to blame me. Rachel responds again, You just leave me alone. Mauricio responds, wait, what? His next message, questioned, yet you said you were going to come here again before I even text you. Rachel replies, you fucking said on the phone while we were talking that her next message is that you were going to show up, and her next message is, but the snow. Her next message, so don't even start. Mauricio's reply, OMG, you literally getting sad and shit and saying why I'm not obsessed with you anymore. Rachel's message, I just don't car. Rachel says, I'm blocking you. Mauricio responds, fine. His next message, you literally ruined me. Rachel responds, no, I didn't. Her next message, we talked for a month and had sex once.
Sorry, just 1 second. Let's see if we have a technical. Show pages at the bottom of that.
It doesn't have page numbers, but I can give you the date and time.
Sure.
February 8th, 2022, 9:13 a.m.
17:30. What's the last message you read?
The last message I read was from Rachel at 9:30.
Jack, look at him. He crying again. He's crying. Why? But she wasn't no help. Resume. Thank God she's alive. Because if she would have did this to another type of dude, Resume.
13, no, I didn't. So Rachel says, no, I didn't. She says, we talked for a month and had sex once. Rachel says, you did that to yourself. Mauricio responds, how?
I'm going to give you a little brief update, Marlene. Basically, she's the only fan. We'll just read the description so you get the idea of what's happening. And I'm just saying is he's crying because he knows he's most likely going to go to jail, to prison. But the point I'm just trying to say is, as a teaching tool, is she kind of encouraged it. She had sex with him. He was sending her gifts, and she accepted gifts. She's an OnlyFans model. You know, it's like one of those situations is, don't date nobody at the job because stuff can go crazy. And I'm not trying to give any sympathy for him because he's wrong, because he broke into her house. He was taking pictures and videotaping her while she was sleeping in the nude. That's crazy. Not supposed to do that. But, you know, I don't know what to say. I'll say my thoughts. Let's resume. Let's get back to it, ladies and gentlemen. You can feel free, anybody, to share your thoughts and opinions in the comment section. Let's get it.
Huh? Rachel replies, I'm not taking shit from anyone anymore, including you. Rachel says, I haven't done shit to you. Rachel continues, goodbye. Her next message, I'm not feeling guilty for hooking up with you and not wanting something afterwards. Her next message, I didn't fucking ruin you. You got feelings for me, and that's that. Mauricio responds, yeah, and you played with my feelings too. His next message, you knew I was falling for you, and instead IDK, maybe not saying stuff like, I love you, or literally blocking me for good. You kept on doing the same shit for a week.
I'm going to stop you right there for a second. Is there a gap between that message and the next one?
There is.
Okay. Between time gap.
There is.
What is the time gap?
That message is at 9:15 in the morning. The next message is from Mauricio on the same date at 2:09 in the afternoon.
So where did the other messages
Exactly.
fit into that time frame?
I don't know without looking at those messages. So the ones for between the two phone numbers that I was reading a moment ago, stop on February 8th at 9:15 in the morning. Then she starts texting him from another phone number at 11:43. Those messages from the second phone number continue until 1:43, same day, and these messages pick up again at 2:09.
So just to summarize, they're texting on the 603 number, move to a different platform, ones we just covered earlier, and then they come back to this 603.
Yes.
You can continue.
So his next message is, Rachel, I'm sorry for being an asshole, for being pushy, and everything else I did or said to you. I truly am, and I just want to leave things off in peace between us. I don't want us to hate each other. I'm just asking for forgiveness. Rachel responds, okay. Mauricio replies, okay. Then says, do you still wish you never met me? Then he says, I still jerk off to your pics. At 2100, Rachel responds.
Did he say I still J off to your pics? Wow. Okie dokie. Reason.
Hello? Then she says, hello again. Mauricio says, hey. Rachel asks him, want to FaceTime in a bit? Mauricio says, sure. Rachel replies, word.
Ladies and gentlemen, you hearing this, right? Yeah, OMG, right, Marlene? All right. Nell G said, was he in the attic during these text exchange? I'm not sure. I'm like skipping through everything. I'm not sure if he was or not. That's a very good question. Very good question, because I missed a lot of his trials. I'm just showing y'all bits and pieces, how you say, kind of a recap of the week, but I'm not sure. They might say it. Great question. Great question. Reason. But there was a time that he was texting her and communicating when he was in the attic. There was a time. Was it this one? Not sure. All right, let's get back to it.
Then she says, bye. Mauricio says, hold up. His next message is, on the phone with my mom. Rachel responds, cool, I think I'm literally in love with you. Mauricio says, please don't say that. Rachel responds, I don't do this on purpose. I don't know what's wrong with IDK, what's wrong with my head? Rachel says, it's so hard. Then she says, I'm going fucking crazy. Mauricio responds, what's wrong? He says, tell me, I'm here for you. Rachel says, you're just the only one that makes me happy and feel special.
Are y'all hearing this, ladies and gentlemen? You saying this to a 20-year-old boy? This is crazy. Oh my gosh, what he did was wrong. But are we listening to this? Are we listening to this? All right. All right. Now Gigi says something else. See how LOL, how he is leading, how she is leading him on. I think I love you. Really. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I had to do this one. I was like, I had to do this one because when I first heard about this story, I remember reading about it, and I was gonna talk about it on my channel, but I didn't get a chance to. So many stories to cover, and I was gonna cover this one. And now that it's going to trial, I said, wait a minute, that's the dude that was up in the attic. So I'm thinking it was something else, but I didn't know that they slept together. I didn't know all these text messages. Not saying it's okay, ladies and gentlemen. I just go deep into thinking things. When I do these trials and I do these crime stories and my ammunition, all this kind of stuff is all this teaching tools to learn from it. And I go deep. I don't want to just go by what's happened on the surface. We have to go back to the beginning. What led to this? What was said between these two people? And I'm so glad these text messages. And people don't seem to realize what you're texting is always going to come up. All right. What else? Nelson said, how old was she doing this? I think she's 23. I think she was 23 and he was 20, if I'm correct. Gaslighting. Bingo. You got it. And you see, the point I'm trying to say is, with this situation, I see she was, playing with his feelings. She thought it was fun. She thought it was cute. She getting money from him, getting gifts. She was getting the attention. Yeah, so some of us women, we just like attention. And this is what we do. But didn't realize she was dealing with somebody who didn't have a full deck. And he was thinking, hey, who creeped through the back door, Rusty? And good evening, everyone. And not a clue what this trial is about. He said, I don't have a clue, but read the description. But basically, this was something that happened about a year ago. And this woman, she's an OnlyFans model. He was a client. She decided to get a little more personal, gave him his number. They were speaking. He's giving her gifts. He drove 5 hours to go and see her. They have sex. Next thing you know, he comes to visit her again, but he's hiding up in the attic. And he copied her keys and he was taking pictures of her while she was sleeping. Yeah. But just read the description so you get the idea. And Rusty, good to see you and blessings. All right, resume.
Mauricio says, well, you are special to me and anyone you meet in your life. Rachel says, yes, but like no one makes me feel how you do. Rachel says, you actually like. Her next message is IDK. Her next message, I'm just drinking alone once again because it's the only time I actually feel something. Mauricio says, all I want for you is to be happy, and I feel like you deserve so much more in this shitty world. Mauricio says, can we FT? Rachel responds, I just want to cry. Mauricio asks why. He says, talk to me, Rachel. He says, IK, you're probably drunk and you're going to hate me tomorrow, but you're special, and IDK what's going on in your life right now. But I would love to help you out in any way possible because I don't want to see you suffer like this anymore, and I want things to go our way. Rachel responds, I just wish you were here. Mauricio says, me too. Mauricio asks, can you answer with a question mark? Rachel says, I don't want to talk RN. Mauricio says, okay, LMK if anything changes your mind. Mauricio says, hey. Then he asks, how are you feeling? Mauricio says, I want to be there, RN. He next says, can talk RN on the phone with my mom. Rachel says, okay. Mauricio says, hey, don't be mad. The next message is redacted. Mauricio says, if I was there, RN, what would you do? His next message is wow. The next message from Mauricio is redacted. Rachel responds with dude. Rachel says, your, and the remainder of that message is redacted. Mauricio says, you, with an asterisk. Mauricio says, nice grammar, LOL. And Mauricio says, I'm outside. Rachel says, are you?
Y'all seen this. This trial's not getting enough coverage. It really isn't. But I mean, you know, everybody's just interested, whatever. But thank God she's alive. We are so happy that she's alive because it could have went another way. I personally think the bit that I'm watching this trial and the way he's acting in court, I don't think he had any intentions of killing her, of hurting her. I really don't see that. He was just obsessed, stalking. I mean, she's giving him the hot and cold routine. Like, you know, I love you. I want to be with you. No, I don't want to be bothered. Whatever. He's confused. She was playing the game with him because she just wanted attention. And she was getting the gifts and she was getting the money. But you end up messing with the wrong dude. See, that's the point I'm trying to say is. All right. Yeah, you see Rusty Strong popped up in here about time. I missed you, Strong. All right. Lisa said she led him on. Yeah, she did. That's why I had to pull this up because when I first read the article, I was like, when I first heard about a year ago and I wanted to cover it, but I didn't get around to it. I said, woo, OnlyFans, he hiding up there. I said, ooh. But I didn't know they had sex together. And they've been around each other 2 times. You remember that story that I covered, the truck driver, and he killed the woman. He was obsessed over her. He killed the woman and the husband. and she met with him. They didn't quite say it, but I think she met with that guy because she was I think she was on, yeah, she was on Clubhouse or whatever, and she was on Clubhouse, and they started talking off, offline. Why are you a married woman talking to another man offline? That's not your husband. And this man came to the house, broke in the middle of the night, won something. Remember the story covered? She slept with that man. And he came in and killed her, killed her husband, then killed himself. And unfortunately, the husband had to die. And the husband had to die off of his wife running around here breaking number 7 commandment. Thou shalt not commit adultery. See what I'm saying? She let that guy on. That's why he became obsessed that he was stalking her and stalking her. And then he just broke in the middle of the night because he felt comfortable. She's probably saying, oh, my husband don't give me no attention. Oh, my husband, I'm going to get a divorce. And he felt comfortable. And that's why he was stalking her. He did what he did. Y'all remember that story I did? That happened maybe about 2 months ago, two or 3 months ago. All right, resume. Let's get back to it. Oh, you still working on the old truck? All right. All right, resume.
Her next message is because I'll be so happy. Mauricio says yes. Rachel says, fuck you. Her next message, you made me happy. Her next message, you're actually an asshole for that. Mauricio says, what I am. Rachel says, yeah, no, you aren't. Rachel says, that's just mean. Mauricio replies, I mean, if I was, would it even be possible for me to come in? Rachel says, no, dude, like, huh? Rachel says, are you? With a series of question marks. Rachel says, call me. Mauricio says, no. Rachel says, fuck you. Her next message, actually, fuck you for that. Mauricio says, with my mom RN on the phone. His next message, why? Rachel says, I never want to ducking talk to you again. Mauricio says, why are you mad? His next message, simply the name Rachel. Rachel says, you're a fucking asshole. Her next message, don't say you're here. Mauricio responds, do you actually want me there? Rachel's next message is like fuck toy. Her next message is no, fuck you. Mauricio responds, Rachel, tell me if you actually want me there. Rachel's reply, you're just a manipulative person. Rachel's next message is goodbye. Mauricio responds, no, wait. Rachel replies, dude, IDK what to do. Her next message, I have Weston. Her next message, I'm going to shower. And then her next message, and I can come say hi, Wick. Mauricio says, okay. Rachel says, but like legit, I can't even stay long. Rachel says, line IDK, why you do this? Rachel says, I can't just leave. Mauricio says, okay. Mauricio says, IDK, me neither. Rachel responds, pull up to that fire hydrant. Rachel says, but a little past it. Her next message, because it's illegal to park there. Rachel's next message, but legit, I have 5 minutes, like IDK, why you do this? Mauricio responds, here with a question mark. Rachel replies, no. Her next message, park in front of that black car. Her next message, I'm literally in my robe. Her next message, so. Rachel's next message, I have ducking 5 men, dude. Mauricio responds, Mauricio responds, okay. Rachel says, give me a second. I got to check pH him. Mauricio says, okay, take your time. Rachel says, I'm literally coming in my robe. Mauricio says, it's cold ash. Rachel says, oh, I see you leaving. Mauricio says, yeah. Rachel replies, see ya. Her next message, I mean, you knew this. And her next message, I can't leave him. Mauricio replies, okay. Rachel responds, I'm so horny. Mauricio says, me too. Rachel says, well. Her next message, IDK, and her next message, night. Mauricio replies with night. His next message, driving RM, and Rachel responds, you really left? Mauricio says, yes. Excuse me, he says, yeah. Rachel says, well. Her next response by Mauricio says, WTF. His next response, why are you mad? Rachel says, I just wanted to fuck. Mauricio says, me too. Mauricio's next message is, do you want me to come back? Rachel says, no. Her next message, it's whatever. And her next message, I should sleep anyway. Mauricio says, no, I want to go back. Mauricio's next message, give me 30 minutes and that's it. Rachel says, no. Her next message, I have a son. Her next message is, dude. Mauricio responds, okay, I'm sorry. Rachel replies, did I at least make it somewhat worthwhile, somewhat worth it? Mauricio says, yeah. Mauricio's next message, making out with you was worth it. Rachel says, K. Rachel says, her next message says goodbye. And her next message, I'm blocking, why now? Mauricio asks why. Then he responds, WTF. And his next message, wow. Rachel says, oh, come on. Her next reply, like, no. She responds again, I'm sleeping. Her next message is, dude, this is my mother's house. Her next message, I'm actually pissed off. Mauricio replies, sorry. Rachel says, no, you're ducking not. Her next message, it's not just one my stupid apartments. Rachel says, this is my fucking mom's house. Her next message, you can't just show up here. Excuse me. Mauricio replies, IK, but I didn't go near it. His next response, listen, if you want, just block me and go to sleep. And then his next response, but you looked really beautiful, DM. Rachel replies, I had no makeup. Mauricio, and with a question mark. Rachel says, did I look like shit? Mauricio says, no. His next message, you look fucking hot. And he responds again, especially with that robe. Rachel says, ew. Rachel's next message is in sleeping. Mauricio says, stop. Rachel says, don't ever come here again. Mauricio says, don't put yourself down like that. Rachel says, I'm honestly so upset you just think that you have the right to do that. Mauricio says, well, you told me you'd be happy. Rachel's response, this isn't my ducking place. She says, next, it's my mom's. And after that, she says, and I hate you for that. Mauricio's next message is, IK, I fucked up. Rachel says, don't ever come here again. Her next message is, I'm blocking you. Mauricio's response, I won't. Rachel says, I'm ducking done. Mauricio says, goodbye, Rachel. Rachel says, no, I'm done. She responds next with, I'm blocking you for good. Mauricio says, okay. Mauricio's next message is goodbye. And then his next message is, are you still up? Rachel's next message is at 4:16 in the morning. Are you in my fucking house? Rachel sends a next message that's a series of question marks. Rachel's next message is, I'm calling the cops. Her next message, if you don't answer right now. Rachel sends another message with a series of question marks, then another with a series of question marks, and another message with a single question mark. And her last message is 0433, I just fucking saw you.
So, excuse me, there are some gaps in time between some of these messages, is that right?
There are.
Okay, like between the goodbye when they're arguing back and forth and him asking her if she's still up, can you just tell the difference in time there?
Yeah, so Mauricio says goodbye at 0057. So that's 57 minutes past midnight. At 1:51 in the morning, he asks, are you still up?
That's about an hour later.
Just about, yes.
Okay. And then the next message, you said at 4:15, so how much longer is that between when he asked if she was still up and she didn't respond?
2 hours and 20 minutes, approximately.
And then there's another message where they're talking about her coming out, and she says, I'm literally coming out in my robe. He says, it's cold ash. She says, I have nothing 5 minutes, dude. I gotta check on him. For FH. And then he can stop. She talks about she can see his car leaving. Do you know roughly the time frame between those messages? Sorry. It's give me a second, I gotta check on him, and then, oh, I see you leaving.
So she says, give me a second, I gotta check on him at 2 minutes past midnight. And then, oh, I see you leaving at 40 minutes past midnight.
So that's about 38-minute time difference.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that consistent with the time frame and the length of time that the defendant told you he and Rachel met in his truck?
It is.
Bingo, Marlene. She led him on and knew he was infatuated with her. And now Gigi also said something. She shouldn't have invited him there the first dang time. This is a very interesting trial, but it's not getting enough coverage. But it's going to get coverage from me. Resume.
So during a gap between February 1st and February 8th when the messages resumed, at any point does the defendant inform Rachel that he's in New Hampshire?
Can you ask that again?
During a break in the time frame between February 1st and when the messages resumed on February 8th, did he ever inform her that he's been in New Hampshire as early as the 7th?
No.
Roughly what time of day on the 8th did he first let her know that he was in fact in New Hampshire? And by that I mean morning,
It
afternoon,
was
evening.
definitely the afternoon or evening.
Aaron, do you want to give instruction about what we talked about?
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you were reviewing some text messages, Captain Sunderland pointed out that there were some redactions. Those redactions are either by agreement or by my order that it contains evidence that's simply not relevant to the case, and so I had it blacked out. You're not to speculate in any way about what was redacted, and you are to take only the evidence that was presented to you. Thank you.
Last thing I want to talk about with you is again from your download of the phone. When you were going through that download, do you locate anything of note in the immediate section?
I did. There was a note in the section that was very relevant to this case.
So you what's the marked as 22 for identification. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a printout of the note with the data of where it was stored in the device and the title. This being the note that I found in his phone.
And can you tell me when he accessed this note? Looking at the metadata that you went through in the phone.
Not from this, but I think that would be contained in there.
Is there a copy of your phone number?
Yes.
Right here.
So the phone indicated under the application usage that he accessed the notepad on February 9th, 2022 at 3:23 in the morning and again at 4:05 in the morning.
After you had done the initial download and returned his phone to him, and then you did the second download to see if anything had been deleted, did you notice anything about what happened to the note?
Yes, the note was marked for deletion, but it was still present in the device. It hadn't been deleted yet by the device.
So the device deleted the user did. Is that accurate?
Yes, so he would have marked it, he would have deleted it, and then the device will delete it when it deletes it, and it hadn't got to that yet, so it was still present in the device.
I asked the ID struck on 622. There is a close it.
Any objection to 22?
No objection.
So the ID is stricken.
Hang on to that for a second. I'm just gonna read, I had to read through that note.
Just the body of it, ma'am,
Yes, not the metadata on top.
the summary.
Yes.
So the summary begins with 492-1354, white Jeep 4x4. The body of the message is free message, unable to send message, message blocking is active. And then again, it repeats the summary of 492-1354, white Jeep 4x4. It next says she likes aquariums and aquatic life and bowling. Then it says go to her house, then put tracker on car with. It says lock pick her house, find her room and get her stuff and get my shit back. It says get a key copy, put microphones and stuff to hear her. There's this piece that's redacted, and then it says log into her phone, hopefully. Natasha lived near Beachstone by the pool, and Cassie lives in across from that bar in Portsmouth. It says make sure to be very careful and sneakful around her home. IDK how? Remember, get her phone and open it and unblock me on everything. And then it says Weston Nunez, born in 2018, September 19, and a phone number 603-988-4346, Nate Wilson.
Who is Weston Nunez?
Weston Nunez is Rachel's child.
And that phone number on the bottom, is that have any significance to you?
Yes,
What was that?
that's the phone number that was on her lock screen at 3:39 in the morning when he took a picture of the lock screen. It shows 2 missed calls.
So that would be 632 photograph,
Yes, ma'am.
that number at the bottom there.
Yes, ma'am.
So something you could see if you were to simply turn the phone on or active.
Yes.
Captain, those are the questions that I have for you. Sure, that's enough.
Thank you. So Attorney Starbranch, you can begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you again.
You too, sir.
Can I ask a couple questions you've done before?
Yes, sir.
She just sort of asked questions to follow up on some of the things Attorney Brown was asking. She's asking about, does it seem like Mauricio Slager know that he's in New Hampshire when in fact he's in New Hampshire, right?
Yes.
It's fair to say though, when they're having sexual relations in his truck, she knows he's in New Hampshire then, right?
Which occasion are you talking about?
The occasion that happened on the 8th.
Yes, at that point in time, she clearly knew he was.
In fact, she even called me back. She said, I want to see you, show you my mom, right? You swear to me?
I don't recall those words, but she invited him home.
Yeah. And that was after he said, well, I'm gonna get out of here. And she says, well, come on, right?
I think so. Yes.
You know, and how unfortunate not because you'll have the text message when you get back. Now, I'll ask you a quick question about Weston. Come on. You know that Mauricio's met Weston on FaceTime, right?
I believe that's reflected in the phone, yes.
And also, when you were there for the interview with Rachel Nunez, she told you that, right?
Yes,
And he also has given, in December, for Christmas, gave Weston a present, right?
I believe so.
Seems like this is a on again, off again sort of relationship. Yeah, fair enough?
There's something there.
Something's going on, right? And significantly, and I don't want to go off too much since I know perhaps Rachel will testify, but it appears at one point, reads that Rachel says to Rachel that she wants him to be obsessed with her.
Obsessed is the word used in the messages.
That's what I'm asking. That's what she says.
I don't think it's saying she wants him to be obsessed with her.
Now, after their sexual encounter, by the way, that was during one of the breaks. You said there was a break in text messaging about half an hour. That was when they were in his car, right?
Yeah, after midnight,
Right.
yes,
And after that happens, she kind of blows him off again, right?
yes.
And that's when he starts to say stuff to you, when he was interviewing you. He says, well, I went back looking for my belt, my beanie, my glasses, because I was fishing to throw them out.
Yes.
Yeah, moving on.
Yeah.
Captain? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any redirect based on the cross?
I think so. I'm going to just ask you about the defendant saying he went to Rachel's house to get his beanie and glasses back. Belt.
Yes, ma'am.
The answer is yes.
I believe so, yes.
And then he also mentioned the fireplace, and I'm looking at page 33.
He does.
You have to, and anywhere in that long interview that you did with the defendant, does he mention anything about having permission to be in?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the end of that.
Any part of that interview, does he indicate he believes he had permission to be in?
No, he never admitted, had permission to do that.
In fact, did you flat out ask him if he had permission?
Yes,
And what was his answer?
no,
Thank you.
Any recross?
Briefly, you recall the interview with Rachel, correct?
yes,
It's a forensic interview that you discussed with Joe, correct?
yes.
During that interview, these are two different occasions, she told him to come get his fireplace. He wanted it.
That is one thing that I did not review prior to coming to the stand.
It's not your transcript, so I'm not sure.
You're not asking me to say anyway.
Hold on.
Sure. Nothing further. Thank you.
Nothing further? Okay. Sir, you may step down.
Thank
Your
you.
excuse.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna show because I didn't
Call your
see
next
day
witness, please.
3. Wait a minute, I didn't get a chance to watch all day 3, but it seemed like he was on the stand. So we're gonna watch day 3 of him on the stand. So give me a second here while I change over since we have a little time here. All right, give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. Okie dokie. All right. This one here is day 3, and he takes a stand. All right, let's watch this because I didn't get a chance to watch day 3. If I'm correct, day 3 was Friday. I watched some, but I didn't know he took the stand. And I think she might have took the stand, but I got to see if I can find it. But they didn't show her. All right, let's watch this. Resume.
Or you're in the private place. So that's why
But
it
you've
says,
got to be in the private place and looking into the residential structure.
no, so it's either enters the residential curtilage or any private place without lawful authority and looks into the residential structure or other private place.
So you're saying this is a private place.
It's,
Well, when we go to the definition of private place, that says a place where one may reasonably.
that's what the interpretation was meant. I thought that was what the interpretation was in your order, was the distinction.
Well, that was also a different case,
Yes.
but, and Attorney Starbranch isn't moving, but I need you to walk through for me, Attorney Garrod. I confess to struggling a little bit throughout the trial, keeping the evidence organized as to the 4 separate entries between February 7 and February 9 and matching some evidence to those entries. I think I got 3 of them, but I couldn't come up with the 4th. So I need to hear from you.
Which one are you talking about?
I don't know because you've done it this way. He enters, he entered again, he entered again, he entered again. So I don't know which one it is, whether it's 2nd, 3rd, or 4th.
Okay, so the very first one, he is entering the house it was early morning hours, because we know that Victoria's keys weren't stolen until about 8:30. So he's
Well,
entering,
right, and Detective Burrell just testified that Mr. Guerrero acknowledged going in on Monday morning of the 7th.
Yes. So that's burglary one.
And when he was in there,
I think intention to the keys.
at least he took the keys.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Then we know he leaves again because he goes to make a copy of the keys. So that burglary is complete when he leaves to go make a copy. I also know that morning we know he's there because obviously he confessed to it, but there's pictures of the modems from that morning too.
Right.
So then he leaves and he says, I returned later that night to return the keys. He also says that at that time he stole some underwear.
So that's entry number 2.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
We know that he left again because he did McDonald's run. And then he came back. Just trying to think of my time here. He came back, and this will be Tuesday afternoon.
When does he take the video footage of the house, the interior?
That would be after the McDonald's run.
Okay.
So that's when he's filming it's at 10. I marked it. I believe it was at 10.
That's the same.
Right.
Nope. So because the McDonald's.
But even if it is, it's entry number 3, and entry number 4 is the night of the 8th going into the 9th. All right, I got it now.
Okay.
Okay.
So the video of the house was at 10:30. McDonald's was at 10:06. So 10:06, he left, came back, is videoing the interior of
Okay.
the house.
Yeah, I don't.
Privacy. And at that point, he takes a picture of the bedroom, and the bathing suit's still on the floor. So I think at that point, he also took the bathing suit because it was in his car. So he hadn't had the opportunity to return his car to his car before he comes back at night when he's arrested and put his gun to his car.
Right. And I'm sure it was no accident that Attorney Starbranch did not move to dismiss those 4 counts, but I was struggling to come up with that 4th entry.
I have a form that actually, I think it's complicated. I count 4 also.
Yep,
Well,
okay.
committed, but I count 4 in interpretation, please.
Okay.
But I think there's going to be some confusion, but we'll leave that aside.
All right. All right. Any other motions?
No.
So I'll take that one under advisement. I'll have an order shortly. And then Mr. Guerrero is going to testify, right? Any estimated length of time?
Well, it's not gonna be short.
Okay. But are we going to finish today? It's 2:30.
I think so.
Oh. Okay. We don't have time to wait, and we've got an hour and 15 minutes to be used.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Bring in the jury, please.
This judge don't believe in wasting no time.
Please remain standing. Jury entry. You may be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so as you know, the state has rested its case. This is the opportunity for the defense to present any case it wishes. And it's my understanding that Attorney Starbranch, on behalf of the defense, will be calling the witness. Attorney Starbranch?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm going to call Mauricio Guerrero.
All right, Mr. Guerrero, if you could come to the witness stand, please.
Come on, please, witness, we do something.
I'll swear. And sir, if you remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury? Please be seated. Just ask you to keep your voice up, please.
Would you tell your name is, if you spell your last name?
It's spelled Guerrero.
Your name is
Mauricio.
Guerrero.
Guerrero.
Are you a little nervous?
Yes.
You have testified before. Be very soft-spoken, not ask you to keep your voice up. Can you tell the jury where you're from? I used to water.
He's crying. Well, at least we know he has empathy and remorse. So I'm not going to call him no narcissist or a sociopath. He's crying. That ain't fake tears. His skin is turning red. Reason. But you shouldn't have broke into a home. But I've listened to those text messages. She led you on. All right, resume. And I think she hit the stand, but I just don't know when. All right, resume.
I'm from Bensalem, PA. Bensalem, Pennsylvania.
Can you show us what?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
And how old are you?
I'm 22 years old.
How long have you lived in Pennsylvania?
Almost my whole life, basically.
Did you go to high school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that. Where'd you go to high school?
Bensalem, PA. Bensalem High School. I've been there. I started in 2015 and then in 2019.
You're not still in high school, obviously, right?
No,
You're 20 years old, is that correct?
22.
Not 19, you're 20.
Yeah. Oh, I was
But now you're 21, is that right?
22, sir.
I mean, 22. Let me ask you this, at the time this went on, February of 2022, how old were you?
I was 20.
20, okay. What's it you do in your time for living, not high school?
Mostly working.
And tell us where you work.
Oh, I work at my parents' restaurant.
Tell us a little bit about your restaurant.
It's a Mexican food place. We serve all type of foods, from tacos, burritos, everything.
Do you have any family?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your family?
My mother, Adriana.
Is she here?
Yes, she's right over there.
Anybody else?
My sister, Brenda Guerrero.
The reason I'm asking is that you say you work at a restaurant, that's actually a family restaurant, is that fair?
Yes,
And so, all members of the family work there, or more or less?
more or less, but mostly.
Most. And that's where your sister's now?
Yes, yes.
I want to direct your attention back to October 2021. Is it possible that's when you first made contact with Richard Mauricio?
Yes.
Tell us the best you can remember when you made contact. How?
So on October 8th, around 11 at night, Ms. Nunez was on live broadcast on OnlyFans, and she stated that someone would give me, I don't remember how much.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
She did talk on day 2. I'll show it after this one. She did talk. It was day 2. I should let it play. But we're going to continue this one, day 3. She did talk. Hey! Hanging with Mr. J up in the house. And blessings to you, brother. Let's get it.
Those wonderful baby tears.
No, Jack. No. He's hurting.
Well, he should have thought he should have been used constructive productivity.
And her interaction with you. Okay. I'm not asking about anybody else's interaction.
All right. After this, I'm going to show her on the stand. That was actually day 2, and I messed up.
About you and she, okay?
Yes.
Not anybody else. I understand OnlyFans is, she probably has other clients, but I'm not asking about them. I'm only asking about you, okay? Right? It's a yes or a no?
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry. So tell us, and again, I want to know, when you met her, or actually first had contact with her in October of 2021, it was because you were subscribing to her OnlyFans page, if that's the right word?
Yes.
Am I expressing this correctly? Tell us what actually the dynamic was. How do you know?
Well, you just buy a subscription, and then like how long, a month or a year, maybe, or just monthly. And I did buy. I was a subscriber to her account.
And how you pay for that? You use credit card?
Debit card, credit card.
And so when you were doing OnlyFans, you were purchasing her content, if that's the right word, at some point the two of you began to communicate.
Yes.
Tell us how that began.
I
Is that
gave,
your website? Is it, no, I'll say, Tell us how you began communicating with her.
I first gave her my number, and then she texted me on iMessage. Did I call it now? I'm sorry. That we started contacting on October 9th, around 12, I believe, in the morning. 12 in the morning.
And was she calling herself Rachel Nunes?
At first, no.
What was her name in the beginning? What was she using for name?
It was under Isabella Nunez.
So at first you thought you were communicating with somebody Bella Nunes?
Yes,
Isabella.
Isabella mostly.
So she actually sent you a text message and you began communicating by text, is that right?
Yes.
And did you begin to, and I want to say, let me ask you this way. At some point, the relationship seemed to develop between the two of you in October. Or was it later?
Later, not yet.
In November?
Starting
2019?
to.
And tell us about that. Tell us how it developed in November into a relationship that's more than subscriber and content.
Well, we would FaceTime.
FaceTime.
We would FaceTime, start to FaceTime mostly. Instead of like once in a while, it would be every single day and texting at the same time. And we would talk about things, about what we liked about each other, and what she liked to do, what was her like plans, her goals, her future, or mine. We talked a lot about that.
You ever talk about sex?
Yes, talked about that a lot.
So, I understand that a lot of times we'll talk about sex. Is it fair to say that we'll also talk about personal things as well?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You see very softly, and I hear very poorly, so I'm sorry.
Sorry, sir.
So, at some point in November, you should be able to express to you that she had feelings. If you remember.
No. I'm sorry, I can't recall, sir.
Okay. Don't worry about when it was. At some point, they should tell you she had feelings with you.
Yes.
What would she say? What kind of things would she say to you?
That I love you. That mostly I love. It was mostly those words.
Were you receptive to that? Did you like that, or did you push her off?
I did like that.
Tell us about it. Explain.
Sorry, how so, sir? Sorry.
Sorry.
How so? I'm sorry.
Well, you tell us in your words where you were when she says to you, "I love you," and how that felt. Did you reciprocate? Did you say, "I love you" back?
I
Tender things. Tell us what's going on.
Well, I would say that I would say I love it back and nice things. We would tell nice things to each other mostly, and it was mostly nice things overall that we say to each other. That we tell each other.
Maybe you can meet them from the microphone too.
We were nice to each other. So, sorry about that.
I gave you as possible some people in Jersey.
Okay.
You explain to us about how this relationship developed.
Well, I would buy her gifts. We talked about, well, first we talked about buying gifts to each other, mostly me to her. And later on, she sent me her mother's address first, and then she sent me her own address in Dover. I did send her gifts. I did send her a TV, a fireplace, and some, I believe, like bodysuits or lingerie.
She let you know what you wanted.
At first, I was telling her, like, what would you want? And she said, yes, I would like a fireplace and TV. She sent me a list of what she would want for her apartment in Dover.
So that wasn't where you sent the TV.
No, at first, she told me to send it to her mother's place because it was the better location to send it at.
Were you also getting explicit pictures from her?
Yes.
More than a few?
Yeah, more than a couple.
When I say explicit pictures, Jimmy Taylor.
Yes.
And did that continue throughout, or did that stop, or was that part of the relationship?
No, it continued without it. I stopped getting, I would just get her that, but we would still send each other. She was sending mostly pictures of genitalia back and forth.
Did she ask you to send her something?
Yes,
Did you do that?
a couple.
As is,
She's sending him pictures of her private parts, and he's sending pictures of her to her, his private part. Do y'all catching this trial? This is insane. Yeah. Oh, I see. I was just about to see. Now, Gigi, you catching this. Wow. Wow. Y'all just hang in here because I did find when she hit the stand. We're just going to listen to him and we're going to listen to her. This is crazy. I'm not saying it's right what he did, but ladies, you cannot be doing this. He gave her, she asked for, gave him a list. Honey. She is so lucky. There's some dudes out here. Oh, it could have went completely different. Basically, this would have been a murder trial. Resume.
Moving more towards December now, December of 2021. How would you characterize that? How would you characterize the relationship? Was it a relationship that you wanted to move forward? You good with the way it was? Was she good with the way it was? How did you feel the relationship developing as you head into December?
I felt that
She sent him a list of gifts, and his dumb behind wants to go and try to do it.
Come on, Jack. Just loosen up a little bit, Jack.
We could meet up.
Dummy.
Talked about many things about mostly I'll come up to Dover or to.
What state was this in?
Oh shoot! Look at the description. What state was this?
New Hampshire.
Yeah, I think he would. Yeah, New Hampshire. But Jack, I understand what you're saying. But the boy just got out of teens. He probably didn't have that much experience. Please, y'all, don't get it twisted. Now, what he did was wrong. But I'm just saying what led up to this. She's showing on her body. These guys that's watching this, they horny as they can be, they thirsty as they can be. That's why I say, you have to be careful. Date smart, not thirsty.
I give an example. 19, 20-year-old gets a girl pregnant, out comes a child. He's still responsible for 18 years.
Yeah, but Jack, come on.
I mean, but he was
Why
young. Didn't know what was
Why you gotta
going
give that
on.
example? Come on, Jack. Come on.
I'm
You
just
gotta
saying, it doesn't
You're right.
matter. At the end of the day, the law doesn't care if you did or didn't know. All the law cares is if you broke it.
All right, I understand completely. He did break the law. I'm not saying he didn't, but come on, do you understand what led up to it? Come on, Jack. Really?
At the end of the day,
She said to him, list. She had sex
doesn't
with him.
care.
You knew this man came from a distance, not even
Doesn't
supposed to be
care.
calling. Well, we're gonna hear what she have to say on the stand.
It don't care.
I know they don't, but people can learn from this.
That's why we're here watching this.
Yeah. Oh, boys. This is something else. What Nell Gigi said. All of this under her mother's roof. Happy Mother's Day.
Hey, she was paying the rent, paying the utilities, the water, electricity, car note, everything.
Nell Gigi, there's some parents, mama and daughters be in cahoots together and could have been like, oh yeah, you on OnlyFans? Get that money. We need a TV. We need a fireplace. I'm just saying, we don't know. I'm just making up scenarios. But there are some mother and daughters that do that. Jack said, y'all can't miss me with that. Jack, just loosen up a little bit, Jack. Just try to understand. The boy was, 20 years old.
The law doesn't loosen up on nobody.
I don't think he was going to kill her. Because she was giving him back and forth text messages.
It don't matter. He made duplicate keys and hide under the in the attic with the piss water bottle.
Yeah, he did have that bottle, didn't he? He sent her a TV and a fireplace.
Dummy.
She gave him a list of stuff that she
big dummy.
No, come on. Jack, stop. Let's be nice.
Oh,
come on, the boy's been crying.
Man, you know what? That would have been a pimp's favorite woman right there. Man, that pimp would have been so happy.
This is just not right. Her tail should have had her 23-year-old behind in her own apartment.
She was working on that nail, GG. It's just she just needed him to get it.
You see, this is not right. Let's finish listening to her, because Jack is not being nice now. Let's resume, and we're gonna hear what she have to say. Okay, but let's finish him. Resume.
To New Hampshire mostly.
Now, discussions you're having, you're on text, on OnlyFans, on FaceTime. Is there any medium you're using? Are you calling each other on the phone?
We would. I'm sorry. I would start using somewhat of Instagram a bit. I would say a little bit, not too much. We will mostly use those applications the most during that time period.
And did you, towards December, begin to feel that it was time for you guys to meet? Did she suggest it? How that started to come about? How did you discuss meeting up?
Well, she talked about it a lot on FaceTime and text messages as well. So I said it was a good time. And at first, I thought it was risky because of course, it's a long drive. But
How long is it?
like five and a half hours or 6 around that time.
So at first you weren't exactly go up, or you had misgivings about it? Tell us about it.
At first, I wanted to, but I didn't. And then back in a couple first days in December, and then I decided to do it.
And she was, as far as you want to work with that, she wants you to come up.
I believed that she wanted me to come up
Now that's interesting. You thought, why do you think she wanted you to come up?
because we talked about meeting up, about me coming up, and well, also between that we talked about having intercourse with each other.
And was that something that you were interested in at that point?
Yes.
Did she tell you anything about her family life, who she lived with, where she lives in New Hampshire?
Well, she said that she lived in Dover with just an apartment with her child,
What's the child's name?
Weston.
Did you at any point have any contact with Weston?
Only through FaceTime.
FaceTime?
Yeah, I would see him a bit. You know, I would hear him sometimes, but I've seen him on FaceTime. And
Did you speak with him at all, or maybe at his side, or something like that?
just a hi, just a simple hi. That's it. But, yes.
Now, how did planning a visit go? What was the mechanics of planning your trip up to Pennsylvania? How did that?
I just decided to grab golf shirts, everything, fill up my tank of gas, and just drive up.
And how'd that go? Well, first of all, tell us roughly when the first time it was that you went
On December 6th.
Probably pretty sure the date.
Huh?
You pretty sure about the date, are you?
That's
If you are, that's fine. I'm not being funny.
it's around that time period.
Okay. Six,
7.
I told you live on the 7th. That right?
Yes. It was around.
Now, at the point you go up first time around 7, 6 or 7, whatever it was, 2021, were you feeling like you really had, you started to develop feelings, or was it still sort of client-provider relationship? Where did you think the relationship was when you went up there that first time?
Feelings. I believe we had feelings for each other. Because
And she told you she had feelings for you?
I can't recall, sir.
She told you she loved you?
Yes.
That would count as a feeling, right?
Yeah,
Did you believe her?
I did.
So when you went up in December, beginning of December, did you let her know you were coming, or was it a surprise?
It was going to be a surprise.
Did you think that was going to be a problem necessarily?
No.
But she didn't know you were coming,
She didn't.
and there was potentially concern about that.
Somewhat.
So you went up and I guess you didn't just knock on the door, right? How did that tell us?
I couldn't because there was to get up to her apartment, she said that you had to enter a code to a door and you can enter the complex of said apartment. But
So how did you manage that? How does it develop? Once you drive up there, where'd you park?
to drive up there and probably text her, but I was nervous to text her or tell her because I didn't know how it was going to go.
You weren't sure you were actually going to make contact, you were having second thought potentially?
It was
Tell us what that is.
because I believe she would have been disappointed in seeing me or seeing me. I believe she was too good enough for me. I wasn't good enough for her. I know. Sorry.
So you like insecurity? Is that fair?
I do. I somewhat did at the time. I know I'm not an attractive person. I'm not someone really attractive, but she was giving me attention like no one else did at the time.
So you ran into her in December 7th? How that happened? How'd you actually make physical contact if you did?
December 7th, I decided to park in her apartment complex. I was nervous to go up there to probably knock on the door where she was, but at second thoughts, I was thinking about it. And then she came out of her car. I didn't know she was in there. And she walked inside.
Where'd you do that?
Well,
What happened next? What happened next?
I remember us talking about that she would wanted a stalker,
When she talked about it, was on FaceTime, on text, on the phone?
mostly FaceTime.
She thought stalker, talking about wanting a stalker.
Yes.
Was that right around the December period, in the beginning?
December and late November.
So there you are in the truck. Are you texting her? Are you calling her?
I
What are
thought
you doing? Is there a stalker game going on at this point? What's going on? Tell us.
Didn't know what to do. I thought that I didn't know what to text her or call her, but I was texting her. I went to text her. And then, I'm sorry.
Did you see her?
The tear.
Did she come out of the building?
No, she was going into her building.
Did she text you? Ask you?
Action needed.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did you let her know you were there somehow, or did she figure it out?
She figured it out.
How'd she do that?
She texted me that she saw a person in a truck, in a gray truck. And at first, she asked me if it was me or not. And I declined at first, but she started asking again and again. And I told her that it was me.
So you finally told her it was actually you?
Yes,
At first you were saying, no, it wasn't. Right?
yes.
That wasn't true.
Oh, yes, she has a child. Yes, she does. I can't remember exactly how old is the child, but yes, she does have a child now, Gigi. Reason.
It wasn't.
It was me.
And you were excited about telling her that, but you didn't tell her.
Yes.
How'd she react to that?
She told me that it wasn't okay for me to do that, and she told me that I had to leave, that this is her place that she lived at, and she told me to leave, and I did.
And as you were leaving, did she send you texts?
Yes.
Tell us what the text said.
She would text me if she looked ugly while coming out of her car or anything like that, and I told her no. And later on, she would tell me that she missed me, that it was hot for me to do that.
Hot for you to come up unannounced and surprise her? That was hot.
Yes.
That
And
playing the stalking game?
yeah,
Tell us. So how'd you respond to that?
I told her that at first it was okay, but she told me that she missed me and she wished that she could have divided me up.
This
But
was all on the 7th of the last.
yes,
And so you go home.
yes, I was going home, and she decided to still text me around that time when I got home, asking me how was the drive back home and everything. And that
So everything's all right.
yes,
Back to the way it was, right?
Yeah.
Did she either tell you things to suggest how she felt about you?
yes, she still continued to say things like "I love you," and of course, then we would face them again still a lot of times.
Did you talk about things like the stalker game or the obsession game? Or tell us what she was saying about that. You started saying.
She said she wanted me to be obsessed with her, to be a stalker, that she liked it. That,
You actually saw her testify, right?
yes,
She sort of said the same thing. Do you remember hearing her say that?
yes,
Was she accurate? Was that roughly how it happened? This is the game part, the obsession part, the stalking part. Is that consistent with what you remember?
yes,
So you go home, things carry on as they had been. Whatever games went on, And what happens then? Does it develop? Does it kind of trip back up here? Let us know what motivated you to come back here if you did.
I was meant to come back here back on December 11th because Rachel decided that she was going to go out drinking that night and that she was going to get, let's say, blackout wasted and to not be able to be conscious anymore. And I was afraid of that because she told me stories about her being blackout wasted before, years prior, and being raped by 2 men prior. And I told her not to go out. I begged her not to go out, but she did anyways. So I decided to drive up.
See, gentlemen, you have some women that do this kind of stuff. They have this little, poor me. I've been attacked, I've been abused, and all this, so you can feel pity for them and stuff. And she was playing a game. We have to listen to what she have to say after this one. It's gonna actually be longer than I thought it was gonna be because I didn't realize this spoke that she took the stand. But listen to this, and I believe that she did tell him this. And I was just wondering, is this like some sort of game that she was doing this with all her clients or different clients? Really? Yes, it's wrong. He broke into her home. He took pictures of her when he was sleeping. But honey, we listen to those text messages and things that's happening. Resume.
Later that night to text her if she was okay or not. And she would not text me back until the morning. And when she did, she told me that she didn't want to talk about it. And I found later on that day by her on FaceTime that she.
Going to come on up.
And with her sharing stuff like that, he felt important. He felt, like they was close because she opened up to him about something that she was attacked. And if you've been through all of this, why are you over here doing these OnlyFans? I don't get it. It's just so many things that this can get. Like I said, I didn't watch the whole trial. I'm just showing y'all bits and pieces and everything. But we're hearing what he has to say, and we're just gonna hear what she has to say. Then I'm gonna end it from there. And next week it should be some more. I don't mind staying long because I have to hear what she has to say. Thank you, girl. She's here because this is really interesting, isn't it, Nell Gigi? It really, because when I read this article before and I was going to report it, I'm thinking completely different. She doing OnlyFans. He was some sort of stalker behind the scenes and found out where she lived and he was hiding in the attic. I didn't know they was communicating offline. I didn't know they were sending pictures to each other of their private parts. I didn't know he drove a distance over there. She didn't really get creeped out, but she gave him some cookies. Interesting. Interesting. What's Nelgie said exactly. There go my Melanie. Melanie says, Nelgie, hello, my sweet friend. Hey girl, Melanie up in the house. All right, what it says. All right, let's get back to it.
So I think we were talking about December 11th, and you were telling us that she'd come back from an event that was out with somebody other than she had been drinking and was upset.
Yes.
What kind of impact did that have on you again? Can you tell us again?
That she was probably gonna get hurt by someone or something may have happened to her.
And you were just worried about that.
I was.
At that point, did you feel that you were in a relationship with her and that you should be worried about her?
Yes, I believe so.
Where did you base that? Why'd you think that?
Because we talked about seeing each other again, that I would come up back again, that we would go out, I would take her to places, and we would like explore around and see everything.
And did you make loose plans, firm plans?
It was loose plans.
But loosely speaking, what did you think you might be meeting up with her based on your conversation?
Sometimes she would say, come back. We would see each other next month or in a week or so, maybe.
So it really was kind of loose. So this is on about the 11th, is that right? And when did you actually come up here?
I came back again on December 20, 22nd, before Christmas. It's the week before Christmas. 20 something. It was
22nd?
22nd.
She testified that was the 22nd, would that make sense to you?
Yes.
And did she know that you were going to come up on the 22nd? If you do know?
Again, first, no. But I had told her when I was in the area.
So you waited for a year to tell her up?
Yes.
And at that point, was she still living in Dover?
Yes.
And so where did you go? How does it develop? You arrived up, did you call her, text her, let her know you were there? How does that happen?
I texted her that I was in Dover and that I was outside.
And how'd that go?
First, she told me that she was busy, and then she told me to wait an hour or so, and now she'll let me out.
Was it an hour or was it more?
Approximately an hour, 30 minutes, almost around that time.
What time would that be?
1:30, 30.
And I understand that you don't have the text in front of you, and I'm not asking you to reference the text. I'm trying to get the gist of the jury to feel how this is going, let's develop the text. I want you to talk.
Yes, sir.
Based on your memory.
Yes, sir.
So you text her, she says, okay, it's gonna be about an hour, it's supposed to be about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Okay. And so an hour and a half, does she come down and get you, you go to the door, how'd that go?
She gives me the code to enter her apartment.
Get the code, okay.
And so I go upstairs and knock on her door, and she opens it. She just was wearing a gray robe and nothing underneath. And sorry.
And was Weston there? Did you meet Weston? Was he in bed?
No,
She wearing a green robe with nothing underneath? I know. We didn't get to her. We gonna get to her. I'm just saying. Melanie says, forgive me here. He is a defendant, right? Yes. No. Yeah. Yes, he is. What's wrong with me? Yes, he is a defendant. Oh my gosh. Yes, he's a defendant. All right, let's get back to it. This is something
Stay
else.
focused, Donna.
I just got thrown off there.
Of course, he's the defendant. He the one that caused the offense.
Yes, I know. I just got a little confused. I just lost it for a second because I'm so much into what he's saying and everything. But did you hear what he just said? That she comes to the door. I think she had a green robe and nothing under it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, like I said, he at the end of the day, you make choices in life.
Jack,
You
I
can
understand what you're talking about.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
In life, you make choices.
Correct.
This man made a choice to make copies of the keys. This man made a choice to hide up in the attic with a pee bottle. His guy made choices to stalk her.
Jack, stop.
Hold on, and video warrior. So in life, we as people, just like some guys made a choice to have sex with a lady and not use a condom and have a baby, now he's mad because he has to take care of this child. But sir, you made a choice. You made a choice to do that. So now, it's called accountability. I think we have lost track in this society of accountability, because during the old days there was accountability. You own up to it, you have to own up to it, and whatever comes behind it. Nowadays we live in a society to where we don't want to accept accountability because of sympathy or of feelings, or they were young, this and that. There were some kids that committed crimes that got locked up for it, but they made a choice in their life. So it's at the end of the day, you make choices in your life, and you make the right ones, that's good. You make the wrong ones, okay. Try to fix the ones that you made wrong, and the ones you made right. I mean, we can't sit there and continually, I can see you can sympathize for it, but at the same time, at the end of the day, he made a choice in his life. He could have chose any. He could have chose. He could have chose any woman in the world. He could have chose all the variety of women online, but he chose his OnlyFans thought, and so now he got burned.
You see why you had to throw that in? You had to throw it in, right? But listen, Jack. What the point that I'm trying to make is, she was misleading him. She was teasing him. You heard the text messages, Jack. Didn't you hear it? Didn't you hear the text messages?
It's called a block button.
Well, but still, you understand what he did was wrong. You don't break into nobody's home. You don't copy no keys. You don't sit there and take pictures of them while they sleeping. Yes, that's all wrong.
It's called a
But
block button.
I understand, but we have to get into the fact that the stuff that she was doing that
I
led to it.
understand that. It's called the block button.
Oh gosh. But he's young, and Jack, you're forgetting.
Okay, there's people that are young, they're in prison for doing crimes.
I understand. He didn't kill her. This is not a murder thing.
I understand that, but there are kids who just stole something that they're in jail.
Yeah, and that's wrong. But
you're right, it is wrong,
no,
but
it's not wrong. I mean,
unfortunately,
it's
that's
wrong.
how the law works.
But Jack, you're not. Well, we're gonna hear what she have to say. Let's finish this off. We hear what she have to say, okay? Because I look at all angles. That's all I have to say. Resume.
No, he was in another room sleeping.
So, was anyone drinking alcohol?
She had I don't think it was a glass, but it was like a bottle, not a bottle, but I can't remember. It was something. She had like wine in it, and she wanted to drink wine with her, but I decided not to because since I was driving, I couldn't drink.
You're also drinking, right?
Yes, I was drunk.
At that time. At that time, she was 24, as you know.
Yes.
So she's has wine, you're visiting, but not drinking wine. What happened on the visit?
We talked for a couple of hours at first. How was the drive? How I was? How she was? I saw her. I decided to, we were holding hands, and I saw her wrist, and I was concerned because they were marks.
Objection.
What's the objection?
Roll.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I was concerned about her because there were marks on her wrist, and it was marks that she decided that she wanted to commit suicide or to harm herself.
Jack, I understand everything you're saying, but I don't like these type of women that play with these men's mind. See? With the marks on her, the cutting of the wrist. We haven't heard her side. We're gonna hear her side.
Yeah, I see that. But then here's another curveball right here.
Okay.
They say, oh, well, she was teasing him, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's
Mhm.
just say, okay, the same thing happened and he turned around and raped her. Did she have a right to be raped then?
No.
Okay, at the end of the day, he made a choice.
All right, let's resume. Jack. All right, resume.
And
Talk about that later.
yes, I told her not to. I told her I know it hurts. It's a bad thing to do, but it's not the way to do it. It's not the right thing to do for yourself.
And how do you your date? How do you conclude it?
Well, first she started to take off her belt slowly, and she told me to take my belt.
You need to tell details.
She told me,
You know,
well,
of course.
we had intercourse.
Okay. I don't mean to be rude,
No, it's okay. Sorry.
But it can culminate in sexual intercourse.
Yes.
And how did she respond? Did she say that was okay? Did she say, well, occasionally we'll see you again? You're a jerk. From that. What did she say to you after you had intercourse?
She said she liked it.
And did you believe that?
Yes.
You were prepared. You want to believe that?
I didn't know what to expect from it. I didn't know what to expect.
So you were pleasantly surprised that she was happy with it.
Yes.
And roughly when did you leave?
Around 4 a.m.
Now, during this period of time, it appears that there are really thousands, tens of thousands of text messages from that before, right?
Yes.
What kinds of things would you discuss? And I'm more interested in the nature of the relationship, not specifically, but if there was some sort of game or some sort of routine or some sort of particularly unusual thing or aspect that you discussed, you know what I mean? I want to know what about your relationship? What was it like? What did she want you to do?
She talked about that she wanted me to rape her.
And would you say that?
At first, I was shocked by it. I was shocked, but
Did you just hear what he just said? See, I'm watching this with y'all, this part. He just wanted her. She wanted him to R her? Okay. All right. Chick, you bit more than you can chew. That's all I have to say. But we're going to listen to her. We're going to listen to her side. Resume.
I didn't want to, turn her away and make her angry at me or sad or anything about that.
Did you play along with it?
I played along with it.
You saw the text message on your phone, right?
Yes.
And this is actually before you actually had it, of course. She asked you that before, of course.
No, that was after.
Now, you go home. By the way, was the Christmas tree up? Was your present?
There was Christmas tree up.
Did you bring any presents yourself?
Yes.
What did you bring up?
I were bringing a couple toys.
Yes, now, Gigi. Mm-hmm. That's what she said she wanted. Mm-hmm. But we haven't heard her side now, Gigi. So we just saying, we just going by this. Reason tell you this is a very interesting trial. It's not getting enough coverage. I guess because nobody died. You know how that goes. But these people are alive. We hearing what they have to say. Resume.
For child Weston.
What did you bring?
It was a truck and 2 action figures. It was 2 action figures and a monster truck.
The monster. Had you brought anything up to Rachel at that point, aside from the gifts that was sent? Did you do other gifts, poems, money? No.
I had given her flowers when I met her in December 27th. Yeah. And I had also before that on December 7th, I had given her money to fix her car because the windshield was broken.
So you talked about that on the 7th with her?
Yeah.
So she told you that before she sent you away, or did you know that when you came up?
I knew that when I came up because I seen her shield and it was cracked. It was kind of cracked, bone cracked.
How did you give her, if you didn't stay very long, can you tell us how you gave her the gift? What exactly was it? How much money was it?
I can't recall how much it was. I just left her somewhat on her windshield and told her that she needed to fix it.
And how did she receive that? Was she okay with that? Did she
Yeah.
have you?
She was okay with that. Later on, she told me that she had repaired it.
She was there?
Yeah.
During December, was she angry with you? Was she always happy with you? Did you guys stay friends all the time? Did you fight?
We would.
Consistent relationship?
It was somewhat arguments, not too much, but I would say it was pretty okay. It was fine relationship.
Did you think it was fairly typical?
I believe so.
Did you have all these experience dating at that point?
I had never been in one before.
So at some point, it looks like people blocking each other. Is that right?
Yes,
Tell us how that dynamic worked. Did you always block her, or she always block you?
she would always block me first. It was always something like an argument, not even important. She would get mad about, and she would block me.
And what kinds of things would you say? I mean, it sounds, now, I saw some text messages. There's a flavor of some of the arguments. Were they all like that? Was that a good representation of the discussions you have?
It was a good representation of what it was. She would say at first, "I'm blocking you," and stop talking to me. To the next time we were talking to, "Why aren't you answering? Please text me back." Somewhere around that, she was texting me, just saying to text her back.
So she would block you, she would call you, or how would she get back in touch with you? How would she block you?
Unblock me and call me sometime around the day. I don't know when. And I would call her back, or I would answer the phone and she would call me.
Then it was back to the relationship?
Yeah.
At some point, did you block her
Yeah.
or stop talking to her? Tell us if you've had an exit relationship with someone.
It was around January. I tried to stop talking to her. I was done with everything that she was telling me. I wanted to stop talking to her. And when I did, we had to stop talking for a week almost. And she decided to tell her friend to text me if I was okay or not, if I was okay, if I was alive or something.
Did she want you to call her?
Yeah,
Did you?
I called her back.
And did you talk?
We did talk.
And how'd that go? This is in January.
January was pretty fine. I wanted to keep something between us still, but I still believed that we were going back into a relationship, that we were still something.
So at that point, January was probably some relationship. And do you guys play the same games?
Yes, during those times, she would ask me to come up again, multiple times.
And when you come up on those times in January, how were you received? Were you received with welcome, or was she unhappy to see you? So this is some of that. Tell us.
I believe that she wanted me to come up, and when I did, she would tell me that I can't come outside, I can't go, I'm busy, and also somewhat of anger towards me.
She got angry when you come in?
Yes.
How would she express that?
She was asking me, why are you up here? Why did you come up here? And I always told her, because you told me to, that you want me to come up there to see you, and that you wanted to see me.
Was this always on text, or was it on FaceTime, on phone calls?
Text and on FaceTime.
So you would, so in January, did you go in January and try to visit?
Yes,
And what happened when you got there? Was it one month or was it once in January? Do you remember?
it was twice on January. The first time I decided to come up, and I had gotten a hotel and stay there, and she had later found out that I was staying at the hotel, and she said she wanted to come up to see me, but she couldn't because she had to take care of her child, and I was okay with that.
Was she still in this over, or was she something?
She had moved to Somerworth, to her mother's place.
Did you know where that was?
Yes.
How's that?
She had texted me back in, I believe, November or October.
Okay. And so did you physically see her? You may not have had contact. Did you physically see her in January ever?
I saw her just by her mother's place. She saw me outside her house, and I had waved hi to her, and she waved back at me. And then she told me to go back to my hotel, and I did.
So you were staying at a hotel at that time?
Yes, mostly, and also just exploring Portsmouth and surrounding areas.
Did you always use a hotel or bed and breakfast or Airbnb? Or,
Mostly hotel in January.
did you ever see a truck?
Stay in my truck, not for a couple hours, just drive around in January.
Tell us about the second time you went.
I went up and I decided not to tell her. And I was staying in the hotel again, but I was also around Portsmouth and Dover, and that's it. So that's what I can recall from those memories, from those times.
When was the next time you went to visit? Well, let me ask you this. You seem to have a penchant for video and photography. Is that what they say?
Yes.
And that's something you do, or something you have in your life, or tell us why you do it and what you do.
I mostly take pictures of anything, or it's just a random thought that I think of.
Take pictures of Rachel.
Take
Well, so she sent you pictures. Take pictures of her home.
pictures of home.
Yeah.
Well, outside of her, which home?
Well, let's take this at a time. You would come up to visit, you would use your video at some point, and video something, and show it to her, or would you know you were there, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about it, don't be shy.
I would text her. I would take a picture where I was in the area or around her place. And at first, she would be mad at me, saying why I was here, and then tell me to go back. But when I was trying to, she would ask me to come back again, and why did I leave? And she was saying that she was missing me.
Mind games. Mind games. Resume.
It seems like she was happy to send you away and then didn't come back. That happened?
Yes.
How often did that happen?
Most of the times that I was here in New Hampshire.
Well, how many times did you say you were in New Hampshire, aside from last year? You were in a relationship with Rachel, how many times do you think you came up here?
Around 6 times.
Did you see her, did you see her in February?
Yes.
Tell us about that. How was that planned trip? Did you know you were coming up? Did she know you were coming up? What were the circumstances? We're talking about February 7th, roughly, is that right?
Yes. She did not know I was coming up.
Okay. And at that point, was your relationship in a good place, a bad place?
It was in a bad place.
But you came up anyways?
Yes.
Okay, so when you came up February 7th, is that right?
Yes.
You got here, what did you do? And so, did you own a house?
Yes.
Why?
Because I believe it's something she would want me to do.
And while you were there, did you know you were there?
No.
So you didn't ask her to come in the house? She never told you to come in the house, right?
No.
Okay. You said you thought that would be okay.
Yes.
Why did you think that?
Because we would talk about it. We would talk about many things, and I just believe that if I did this, that she would be happy that I did it, that she would be okay with me doing it.
Now her mother was there, right? Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
You were talking about it?
No.
Her mother never said it's okay to do that, right?
No.
So the first time in February on the 7th, the first time you entered, can you tell us roughly how that went down? I know you're supposed to test about the interviews with you, things like that. But I want to hear from you. You get there February 7th on a Monday. Was it the morning?
Early in the morning.
And what happened? When did you go in the house?
Sorry.
Thank you. You want some water?
Yes, please. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. So it was early morning, Monday morning, February 7th, as we left off.
Yes.
You go in the house.
Yes.
So,
I went to the house, and right before that, I had left my beanie, my glasses, and a belt at her apartment in Dover. I asked her multiple times to send me it, and she said that she had lost it on the move. But I didn't believe her because she told me that she saw something like it. She saw something like it, and I thought she had it still. And she also wants to throw it away.
by the way, she's saying you left the TV set in the fireplace before that.
For that she was also going to throw that away. I had also asked for that, and she said that she was going to throw it away, and I begged her not to. That I wanted it back.
So this is when we're on the fight periods of the relationship?
Yes.
Down? And the relationship did it always stay down, or did it go up, go down, go up? Can you tell us what the cycle that was?
Which cycle? I'm sorry.
This is about, you gave her the TV set, you gave her the fireplace, then she said she's gonna give it back to you. Then you make up, or did you get the TV set and the fireplace back?
I didn't get it back. She never sent it back.
So, on February 7th, again, you go in on February 7th, early in the morning, did you bring it to eat? Bring something in bed? What did you do? Tell us. This is the time.
Sorry. I decided to. Sorry.
Let me ask you this, is something you're proud of.
I'm not. I'm ashamed.
How do you feel telling your brother and sister about this?
Objection, no.
Sustained.
I'm ashamed.
You know, ashamed.
Yes.
This is your time to tell us your if you can.
Sorry. I'm scared. Sorry.
This woman, we didn't listen to her. She played so much games with this man. I think he thought he was doing was romantic and loving. Not the way to go. But he's young. He's misled. Well, let me stop talking. Let's just hear what she have to say. Let's hear what she have to say, but let's finish this.
Donna, she's an OnlyFans individual. What serious relationship can you get out of that? She does porn for a living.
But Jack, you don't understand. Look at his age. Will you can remember?
I don't care. She does porn for a living. You
I
think he's gonna try
understand, but
to,
he's his
you
age. He
think
probably never had no mentor.
you
Nobody
think
to teach him.
he's gonna save her from her porn career? She's making money off of porn.
Yeah, but she was. You heard the text messages. She's saying, "I love you."
And you know what? As quickly as he got her, is as quickly he can get destroyed.
But
Men
Jack,
need to
he
understand
just got
that.
out of teens. Do you understand what I'm saying?
She does porn. What did he expect?
If he was like about 25 or 30 something, I'd be like, really?
Look,
Dude?
I can see if she was a church preacher's daughter or a librarian and he got screwed. Okay, I may sympathize with that. But this woman's an OnlyFans star.
He probably never taught him about dating. He didn't have much experience. I think this is
well, that's his problem.
I'm just saying. Resume. Look at him, Jack. He's crying. He's crying.
I like you.
Yes.
And I want you. We can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. The choice is yours.
Ooh, Jack, that was wrong. You didn't have to go there with him. You didn't have to do that one. I'm just saying. Now G said, Jack, you're speaking from your maternity level. He's still immature.
Look, I'm gonna give you an example. My nephew didn't even fall for none of that, and he's around his age.
Oh, you
so there ain't no excuses.
Well, he has you because you probably speaking to him.
Well, I mean, he probably had male figures, and they probably told him, hey, don't do this, don't do that.
Right. All right. So he had a support group. This guy probably didn't have nothing.
How do you know? Do you know his life?
No, I'm just. But look at him, Jack. You can tell by looking at him, Jack. You can tell he don't have nobody.
Hold on now. No, that's not always the case.
Well, that's true. I mean, look, we can teach our kids stuff, and they don't.
At the end of the day, the law,
the
state doesn't care if you did it. Just like the law, it's just like the law. If you break let's say you get pulled over for something, and you say, "Oh, I didn't know that." Well, that doesn't matter.
See, Jack, you didn't. I understand completely what you're saying. Maybe if they was a little bit older.
You duplicate keys. I can see. Okay, how about this?
I think he thought he.
Hold on. How about this? Okay, let's say they had a relationship and she accused him of A, B, and C, and he got arrested and he's on trial. Okay, I would sympathize with him, but you intentionally duplicated keys, stalked her, voyeured her, and then you hid in the attic. That's called intent. That's not accidental. That's not just being dumb. That is intent. Okay. Once the intent is established, you are responsible.
But Jack, you have to say
ain't no buts. You duplicate keys and you stalked it in the attic. You had intent.
I understand that's wrong. It is completely wrong.
And that's in the story.
Look what she was doing to him. Look what she was doing to him.
End of story. He could have cut it off by simply blocking her number. That's it.
But she was saying, "I love you and I miss you." And everything. She was the drug.
That's why people like me need to run the show, run the world instead of other people.
Jack, you. Yeah, what do you mean strong? All right, strong. Yes, he does have some points. All right, but come on now, this guy. Yeah, you have some points.
See there, see, no mercy for the weak.
No, I'm saying, Jack. Come on, the boy's
Hey,
age, all right? He probably
you
had that
made
little
choice.
in
Hey,
his
look, I
soul.
can see if he got set up on some charges or some trumped up charges. I can understand your angle. Then I would side with you. But the minute you went out of your way, spend money to duplicate keys and get a pee bottle, probably like a half gallon of pee bottle, to sit up in that attic and film, you made that choice to go ahead and do something criminal. That's the end of the story. I
Yeah,
can see if he got set up. I can see
all
if
right.
she was trying to set him up on some stuff. Then I would side with him. But in this case, he did all this on his own.
Jack,
Once you cross that threshold, Donna, a
Jack.
man duplicate keys so he can get access to your home illegally without your permission, without your knowledge. He already crossed the threshold. It's game over.
Exactly. And
No
I'm
sympathy, no mercy.
you know, well, we just hear what she has to say.
Okay,
Right.
that's
Right.
fine.
We
But
hear what
at
she
the
has to
end of the day, he made those choices. So now he's
Yes, I
going to the big
understand, but
house.
Jack, can you just understand a little bit of his age?
His name is his name. Well, hey, his name is going to be called Lotion Booty. Okay.
Oh gosh, Jack, stop. Just stop it. She did block him, and then
Okay.
had her friend.
He should have thought about that.
See,
He should have thought about that before seeing Big Bubba.
I just can't with Jack.
Felice Johnson's is a big deterrent to go to prison.
All right, let's get back to this one because we got other one to cover. We want to hear what she have to say. But I understand what you're saying, Jack. But just all right. Let's get back to it. Resume.
Did you use anything to get in? How'd you do it?
I tried to use a crowbar.
How'd that work?
It didn't.
Why?
I wasn't strong enough to pull it up, to jam it in and pull it up. And so I decided to go to the back barn window and decide to pull. Sorry, I said to pull the window, the barn door window in the back open. And I did.
So you got in, you want to go to the window?
Yes,
On the barn door, the nail in the window, that one talking about?
yes.
Remember the nail?
I don't really know too much.
So how did it go from there? You gain entry through the back?
Yes.
Tell us.
Went in the back. I remember it was being cold that night, and I saw my fireplace and TV, mostly the fireplace, and I wanted to leave with it.
You want to leave it there?
What was that?
What you said you wanted to leave it there?
I wanted to leave with it and take it back with me, but I wasn't strong enough to carry it by myself.
And so, what happened then?
I decided to look for my belongings, my hat, my beanie, I mean, my glasses, and my belt.
You videotaping at that point? Or can you push it at that point?
Not yet.
Okay. Had you found the home? Would you find it earlier? Did she get to you? Your phone?
Can't recall
If you remember.
I can't recall too much of the poems there.
So you looked around, you couldn't find your beanie, you couldn't find your belt. What happened then? Any house keys or
I did.
let's talk about belts?
I decided to take the house keys
Why?
because I couldn't remember why. It was just an impulsive thought that
What did you do with the house keys?
I had made a copy.
Was this something you planned in advance?
Um,
You said it was impulsive.
Not too much. I didn't point too much along.
So did you leave the house?
I did. I did leave the house.
Can
Key.
you tell us what happened there?
I had made a copy.
Would you do that?
I decided to leave and go back to an Airbnb.
I'm asking where you made the copy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I said something else. I made the copy at Walmart.
And did you come back to the house right away or what happened?
No,
Tell us where you went.
I went back to Portland to Airbnb.
How long were you there?
Can't remember when. I can't remember too much about it. I did stay there for hours.
Is your memory completely clear what happened?
Not too much there.
You-
I didn't sleep too much during those days.
Had you slept at all since you grew up?
What was that?
Had you slept at all?
No,
What time had you slept Pennsylvania?
I had left Pennsylvania around 11, 11 at night on Sunday prior.
You go away?
Yes.
And did you get any sleep when you got here?
No.
So you went into the house, got the key, went to Walmart, get coffee, went to your Airbnb. Did you get any sleep there at that point?
No, not yet.
Tell us what happened then. You gave Airbnb for a period of time.
Yes, I was mostly on my phone,
Okay.
just scrolling through applications. I remember, sort of, and getting food, and just walking in Portsmouth mostly.
Did you walk on Portsmouth?
Yes.
Did you at some point turn?
I'm going to pick up the speed a little bit because we want to hear what she have to say. So this is on 1.25. Ladies and gentlemen, work with me. We're going to go to 1.5. If you need to slow it down your end, you can slow it down your end. Okay, so we're going to go to 1.5. All right. Because the reason why I did have it slow because I want you to hear, him talking and, his expression. But I think you got a gist of that one. So we're going to go to 1. Let's say 1.5? Yeah, 1.5. Resume. What Strong says. All right, Strong says something over here. What does Strong says? Just looking at this guy, he will not make it in You know what? I just can't with y'all. Yes, I know.
That boy gonna be doing a lot of twerking.
That's why he cries every morning, Jack, when he starts.
Hey, he should have thought about that before duplicating them keys and
But
getting up in that
wasn't
dang attic. I don't care.
Jack.
I don't care. Illegal is illegal.
I know. I'm not saying this right, but Jack, but to understand, he's
Right is right,
he's
wrong is
10 years
wrong. He
old.
should have thought about that. He should have thought about it. Hey, he didn't think.
Well, he's going to be washing a lot of socks and braiding hair. What did you just say, Strong? I'm done. I can't. Oh
But it's
my
true.
God, I can't.
It is true. His name gonna be called Biscuit. That boy gonna have a brassiere top, Kool-Aid on his lips, pumps, and high heels.
Stop it. Let's
I'm just
resume.
keeping it
All
real.
right. Like I said, we're going to 1.5, ladies and gentlemen, because we want to hear what she have to say. I don't want to end this one.
He's gonna have to go to get protected. He's gonna have to go to the gay house.
Oh my gosh, I can't. All right, resume.
Yes, I decided to return later to return those keys.
And which of the keys? You remember the open? You remember the table? Do you remember?
Under the table, sir.
And did you do anything with the video or the camera at that point? What did you do? Plus, you get back the key.
Came out of the key. I decided to still look again for my stuff, but I couldn't find it. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I want to take some of her stuff, some of her undergarments. That's it.
Is this something you thought out ahead of time?
No.
When did that work?
Later on that morning or afternoon, sir.
Oh, you walked around the house?
Yes.
Were you videoing at that time?
Yes.
I mean, the original.
Oh, yes.
So at some point, it was the second visit, you picked up some underwear,
That's
not the second visit that day. Did you remember?
I can't remember, sir. I'm sorry. I can't remember, sir.
Did you remember at some point you picked up some underwear?
Yes.
And what did you do with the underwear?
I took it back to my truck.
And what did you do with the truck? You took the truck and put it away?
Um,
Stick it in the console?
I just put it in the console. Just threw it in.
How about pictures? You see any pictures at that? Well, you know.
Yes, sir.
Did you know these pictures were there?
Um,
I say there, I mean, where was you found?
yeah, they were just there in the living room. Mostly.
Did you know your find there? Did you have them find them?
Just haven't stumbled across them.
You looked at the pictures, what happened? Did you recognize the pictures?
Yes, I recognize the pictures.
What was it about the pictures that you recognized?
Mostly Rachel's pictures from years prior. I can't recall what day it was, when they were, but it was of hers.
Were they in a bin or in a box?
No, they were almost like a casket, like a little,
In a casket?
yeah,
In a box?
yeah. Oh, you know,
Were there other things in the box?
not that I can recall, sir. It was just random things in there.
Any problems in the box?
Oh, no, sir. I'm sorry.
So, you took some pictures?
Sorry.
You took some pictures? You took,
Yes.
where'd you do the pictures?
I also had them. I took them back also to my truck in the glove box. I mean, in the glove box in the same place right but the undergarments.
So it wasn't a console in the glove box? Is that right?
Console. In the console. Sorry.
Was that the same trip?
Yes.
And so after you go back to your truck, with the underwear and the pictures and console, where'd you do that?
I decided to. I was hungry. I started to become really hungry and went to McDonald's and got breakfast.
Well, what time is this?
On 10.
Had you talked to Rachel yet that day?
No.
Texted her, FaceTime, anything?
Not yet.
After breakfast, after you go back, you go back to the house after breakfast?
Yes.
Did you bring your breakfast with you?
Yes.
Tell us what happened there.
I decided to walk in through the. It was. Sorry. Through the back door of the house, and when I walked in, I just went upstairs, and
Did you have a key by then?
yes, but
You didn't have to use it.
I had to use it.
You walk in, this is February, your boots, Dan's, or whatever they're called.
Advanced.
And so now this is the third time you're doing it, right?
Yes.
And you say you went upstairs. Did you leave your Dan's there? Did you go upstairs? Tell us what happened. If that was the right time. Tell us.
I still have my bands on.
You say you're upstairs, we're upstairs.
It's the attic.
The attic. And you went to the attic, what happened there? The attic.
I still want to find my things, and I wonder if they're in the attic or not. And I couldn't find. I tried to find them in the attic, but it was dark in there.
I'm sorry.
It's dark. And there's some light coming in. It's still dark. I see my flashlight. There was some boxes in there, but I couldn't make out what they were inside. I tried to open them, but found nothing. And then I sorry. Can't remember too much about that.
This is still the 7th? Or the 8th now?
This is sorry.
Is this all real clear in your mind?
Not too much there. I wasn't thinking straight during the times. I wasn't thinking straight. I'm sorry.
But as you sit here now, do you remember real clear about exactly what happened?
Not too much still. It's still very confusing to me, sir. It's very confusing for me too. It's very confusing for me right now.
So can you tell us what happened on the 8th? Are you still in the, do you spend the night in the attic?
I've been in the attic.
What happened then?
On the 8th. I was still at the Airbnb, and Rachel decided to call me, was texting me, and I was telling her not to. I didn't want to. And we were arguing about it. I didn't want to text me, and I told her to stop. I blocked her, and I tried blocking her, and we had blocked. I had unblocking her again, and we FaceTime, and she said she missed me and wanted to see me again.
You're actually in the house this time or the Airbnb?
That was the 8th. I'm sorry. It's the 8th.
That's okay. Why don't we just talk about this? You seem like you're having a fight with Rachel.
About being in prison.
In the area, is that right?
Yeah.
So tell us how that went. What happened that day?
I was starting to become really sad because I didn't know what she would want from me. I know she would want me to do because she would ask me to text her, call her, and then tell me to stop talking to her. That she hated me. So I didn't know what it was like. I don't know what she would want from me. to do or to say to her.
At some point in time, you had the ability to be up there.
Yes,
How that?
she had told me she would be happy if I was up there. That she would be really happy if I was there. And I told her I was. And we FaceTimed. I showed her that I was up her street. And she sounded excited. She told me to wait and to park somewhere else. And she told me to park almost right in front of her house, up the street, in front of a fire hydrant. And I did, and I waited a couple minutes.
Did she like to be parked?
Not really, but I didn't know where else to park.
What'd she say about the parking spot?
That I could get it. She felt it was too open to. She felt like everyone could see her. What was going on?
So you picked her up at some point?
I didn't pick. Well,
What happened?
I parked my car and she came to my truck. Sorry, and she just came out again in a row, and I had the blanket in the back for her because it was snow. It was snowing. It was not snowing, but there was snow outside. But it was really cold, and I had a blanket in the back for her. I told her to use it, but she didn't want to. And then she
Did you
talked.
stay parked in that place or did you move?
I stayed in that place.
And you remember about what time it was she came out?
Around between 11 to 12.
And so you actually did the Airbnb prior to going to see her that night?
Yes,
You go there to park and she comes out.
yes.
When she came out, you talked.
We talked more than that. What I was doing there, again, how was the drive, how I was, and that she couldn't believe that I was up there again to see her again.
Did she seem happy to see you?
Yes, she did. She was really happy.
She did.
She did more than that. She started to give
You
me,
engaged in sexual contact?
yes, she started to give me oral,
And how long that was?
a couple minutes, sir. And then she stopped, and I was fine with that. I didn't want to continue. She was uncomfortable right now. And
You hear that? She was tasting the wood stick. All right, resume.
we talked for a bit. We talked about I should go home, that I couldn't be there, and that I really need to get home, and that I had,
She told you could never come back there again?
yes, she told me that not to come back again.
She mean ever or just the house?
Just a house, just a house. But I didn't know to take it as to leave or still stay because I was still in thought of her telling me to come back again later on, or saying that she would miss me or she would get angry at me for leaving. So I didn't know what to do.
What did you do?
At first, I stayed outside her house. I stayed outside her house, and then I waited 5 minutes and I decided to drive away. She saw me drive away, and I was just a couple blocks down, and then I decided to turn back around and wait for her to text me to come back again.
And did that happen?
No, I waited.
She never texted you to come back that way?
No, sir.
So what did you do? After you waited a while?
I just waited on my phone. Was listening to music for almost, I don't know, like an hour or so.
Did you expect she might text you then?
Yes. Yes,
That would be typical, right?
it would have been because it was always an hour after I left. She would text me back to come back to see her.
And after she didn't send you a text or call you back, what did you do?
I decided to go in.
Decided when?
I decided to go back in to her house.
And how'd you do that?
I had also been using the back door again.
Okay.
And
Did you go in the back door?
yes,
Take your shoes off?
I did.
And how's that?
Well, because not to make too much noise.
So what happened in the house that night? What'd you do?
I didn't think straight that night. I was confused. I was just really confused what she would want me to do. And
You went into the house that night. What was your intention?
my intentions. I would just to talk to her again and maybe she to make her happy again that I made it in or something because it's something like fantasy that she would want me to do sometimes.
Do you think you might have possibly engaged in sexual act at that point? Is that possible? Is that off the table for your life?
No, not sexual act. No, no.
So you walked around the house,
Yes.
upstairs or downstairs, tell us where you went.
I went downstairs. I was downstairs, and
Did you Upstairs?
I did go upstairs. I heard some noise in her room, some phone going on. It was ringing a lot. And I checked the call, was a number.
Did you have to call on her call?
Yeah.
Did you recognize the number?
No.
You concerned about someone calling?
Yes.
Did you consider your girlfriend at that point, or not quite?
It was,
Did you wish you were a girlfriend? What do you think is going on? What do you think? If you know.
I think she was my girlfriend. I thought she was. She wanted us to be together, I believe. I knew it just felt real to me that she wanted us to be together. And that she was okay with me doing these things. Because,
Do you go on her room?
yes,
Did you do your room?
this was just her, like, her phone ringing. It was in the floor, in front of the bed. I tried to tell her I tried to tap her foot to her, like, hey, what's going on? And I checked the number, and it was some random number. And I decided to call it, see what it was. No answer.
You start 6 9.
Yes.
And what did you do then?
I found out it was this person that she knew. Some man named Nate, something Wilson. Nate Wilson.
So you need to be in the boyfriend or something, right? Did you know?
I don't know.
What did you do then?
I
Did you wait in
didn't.
the room?
Yes,
Did she sleep?
she was.
Did you see less in the room?
I did not.
What did you do?
I believe it was just a game of ours that she wanted to do, and so I decided to take a picture of her vagina.
When you say again, you actually have received pictures of her before, like that. Huh?
Yes,
Come on.
yes, the pictures that she was sent to me.
And you send pictures of yourself. Like that.
Yes,
So you take a picture. What's she wearing, by the way?
just the robe,
Say robe.
thing robe. That's it.
Robe that she had on. Did you talk?
Yes,
Okay. What happened after you took the picture?
I wanted to leave.
You want to leave?
Yes,
Tell us how that was.
I wanted to leave, and then I heard someone call out, "Out!" And I
Someone call out?
Yeah, and
You know what it was?
it sounded like Rachel. And when I wanted to go back, she tried to gasp, and I was scared, and so I went. She did like a loud gasp, and I went up to my room. I went up to her room.
Did you say that in the room?
No, not her room. Sorry.
That's what you said.
Yes, but sorry. I went up to the attic, and I didn't know what to do. I wanted to leave. I wanted to leave, and I heard someone say cops, and so I wanted to leave as soon as possible.
Did you get a text message?
Yes,
When did you get the text message? So what? When did you get the text message?
it was minutes after that,
Minutes after?
saying, "What are you doing? I just saw you." And yeah,
Did you answer?
No.
Did she threaten you if you didn't answer?
I knew she would.
Did she threaten to call the police if you didn't answer? She sent you a text like that, right?
Council, we need to recess for the day. So we will resume. Folks, I think you were given a calendar of 10:30 on Monday. Actually, we'd like you to be here at 9. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
Thank you.
Please be seated.
Okay, if I'm correct, this is her on the trial. Now we back to day 2. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. So we back to day 2. We hear her on trial, but she got on the trial. She got on the stand. Excuse me. She got on the stand before he did get on the stand. All right, let's get it.
And would you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Rachel Nunez, Nunez.
Let my phone move if you want to spring for a jet. And how old are you?
I'm 25.
And where are you from originally?
Ryan, New Hampshire.
Did you go to school there?
I went to school in Portsmouth.
Did you graduate high school?
Yeah.
And after high school, did you welcome a son?
I did, yes.
What year was he born?
2018.
Is that what how old is he?
He's 4.
And do you currently live in the suburb?
Yes.
And who do you live with?
My mom and my son.
And your son. Do you have sole custody of your son?
Yeah.
Is his father in the picture at all?
No.
I want to draw your attention back.
You won't be seeing her because you're not going to show her on the stand and everything.
Why
So
why ain't showing the face?
I don't know. Nope, they're not looking here. Nope, you're not going to see her.
See that's the issue I got. I mean, if you're going to accuse the guy, which he did do it, at least show your face. You wasn't a victim of rape. You wasn't a victim of sexual assault. You should be able to show your face.
You have a good point there because I could understand it either. It's just stalking. You should show your face, but no. Nope, you're not going to see her face. So we just have to listen to what she says and go by that. Resume.
To fall of 2021. That's okay. Where were you living back then?
I think Dover.
Dover. Walker House in Dover.
I don't remember the name of the road.
Who were you living with?
Just my son.
And was it like house, apartment?
Apartment.
And how long did you live in that apartment for?
2 or 3 months, I think.
And how were you making money back then?
Doing OnlyFans.
Did or does or, did Susie Weston's father contribute at all to child support?
No.
Was OnlyFans your sole source of income?
Yes.
Can you explain to us just a little bit about what OnlyFans is and how you got involved?
It's just a site that you can sell. You can do whatever you want on it. Mostly girls just sell videos themselves. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory.
Well, let me this way. You said that girls can sell photographs of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Because how do they do that? Is there like something they can set up via OnlyFans?
They would subscribe to your page.
They can have a page that other people can subscribe to.
Yes.
And you said girls can sell pictures. Can they sell videos and stuff too?
Yes.
Is there a mechanism on a website to message the people?
Yes.
So you said that back then you were on OnlyFans. And so did you have one of those pages then?
Yes.
And did you have subscribers?
Yes.
And you don't have to go into stuff like detail or anything, but did you post photos and videos of yourself?
Yes.
And how would people pay for those?
It would just, I don't know, you have to like unlock it. It says like buy. And so they would like use their debit card or whatever and connect it to the site. And that's pretty much it.
Would you personally take payments from people?
What do you mean? Like,
Like, you personally be running credit cards?
oh, no? No.
Can fans on subscribers on OnlyFans, I guess, privately obtain content from you?
Yeah.
How does that work?
If I gave them my number, I guess.
I want to talk to you specifically about one of your subscribers from that then, Mauricio Guerrero. Okay.
Mhm.
Can you tell me how you initially actually met?
On OnlyFans.
Can you explain a little bit more what that was like?
He messaged me. I know we talked for a bit. And then I believe I gave him my number because he was going to buy me things. And that's really all I remember.
Did she say I believe? Either Either you gave the number or not. What do you mean, I believe? I believe what? You gave him the number or not? Sorry, resume.
It's a little hard to hear you,
Okay.
and I would say it close to the microphone, but sometimes you get feedback to that, so if you could speak louder, that would help.
Okay.
So I think you said that you gave him your private number, and that was so that he could buy you things, is that right?
Yes.
So tell me how that would work.
I think I just said I want what I needed for an apartment. I think it was a TV and a fireplace. And he said that he ordered them. That's, I don't know.
Was there anything you had to do in exchange for those items?
No.
Then why do you think that he would get it?
Objection.
If you know.
Because he liked me, I think.
Initially, how often were you texting with Mauricio?
Couple times a day.
Did he ever actually send you items?
Yes.
What kind of items?
The TV and the fireplace.
Can you just describe his fireplace for us a little more?
It's big. I think it's like electric. Probably gives off some sort of heat. I don't know.
So not like fireplace that you installed on a home, like that's in the portal.
Mm-hmm.
And you know roughly how much those things were worth?
I don't know, 700 or something.
So pretty significant amount of money on these items.
Mm-hmm.
And initially, did he know your real name?
I think I told him eventually.
Did you go by a different name?
Yeah.
Did she say, I think I told him? It's either you did or not. Ooh, I don't like this. Resume.
I did go by a different name. Yeah.
And what was that name?
It was probably Isabella.
Via texting or any other sort of messaging platform, did you start to talk to the defendant more frequently?
Yes.
How frequently would you say?
Every day.
And what kinds of things did you talk about?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pick up the speed on this to 1.5. I think you get the gist of how the way she talks. Okay, let's go to 1.5. I don't know. I guess. Maybe. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Okay. Resume. It's on 1.5. Anybody need to slow it down? You can slow it down on your end. Resume.
Everything. I don't remember specific things.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you tell him about yourself, your personal life?
Oh, yeah.
For instance, you told us that you had a son. Did you talk to him about that?
Yeah, I must have mentioned that.
And did you learn anything about him?
Yes, just kind of like where he lived and what he does for work.
And what were those things?
Pennsylvania, I think, and I don't remember where he said he worked.
How would you describe the nature of these messages afterward?
Friendly, but also like sexual at some points.
Did you ever, during your conversations with him, give him your address?
To my Dover apartment, I believe.
Why?
I can't remember. It was maybe for the TV fireplace. I can't remember.
You don't remember which one that was for the fireplace or TV?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
And did you ever give him your mother's address?
I don't believe so. I don't remember.
Is it possible you gave him your mother's address?
It's possible.
Did you eventually move back in with your mother sometime? in that
Yes. Yeah.
timeframe? And if he were to send you an item, would it be? Is it possible you sent him your mother's address or to send one of the items there?
Yes.
So
Yes. Well, no, towards the end, yeah.
Towards the end, yeah, but I'm talking more in the fall of 2020.
No.
How about good relationships with men?
No. No.
No. How was your self-esteem at that point?
Very low.
And what about your alcohol consumption? Can you describe that?
Yeah, I was drinking almost every night. A lot.
The reason for that?
Just to try to numb everything.
Rachel, other than messaging and OnlyFans, did you know the defendant from any other source?
No.
So why are you talking to a stranger?
It's just kind of like what you do on that site. I don't know.
Well, the messages that you guys sent back and forth via text message, you sent kind of got pretty frequent. So why did you keep that going?
It was nice. I don't really know. I mean, I'm not sure.
How did you treat you?
Good. He made me feel special, I guess.
Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Pretty, beautiful. Like, I don't know.
And how did you do that?
How did he do that?
How did he make you feel that way?
By just saying like compliments and stuff like that.
Do you know how roughly long you two were communicating for?
Like 3 months, maybe 2 months.
During that time frame, would you ever say that you were in a relationship?
No.
And do you think that he believed you were in a relationship?
Objection.
Come up. Ma'am, you can answer the question, and if you need it asked again, Attorney Garrett will ask the question again.
Can you answer again?
Okay. Sorry. What did you say?
I said, do you need to answer that question? Ask that question.
Yeah.
Do you think that he believed you were in a relationship?
Yeah.
Why?
Just the way he acted, I guess.
Did you
I
ever tell
think the
him
OnlyFans name of the
that
girl
you
is
thought
Zoe.
I could have. Yeah.
You said that he might have thought that you two were more than what you thought at the time.
Yeah.
Do you think that anything you did contributed to that?
Yes.
You tell me what you mean by that?
I mean, I probably led him on. I said things like, I really like you. I don't really remember the text I sent, but
I couldn't hear her. I'm
I
sorry.
think you said I don't remember the text I sent, but yeah, you could speak up, Rachel.
sorry. Yeah, I don't remember the text I sent, but I would say I led him on.
So you let him on. Did you ever express that you had like love for him?
I probably did.
Or about attraction to him?
Yes.
Did you ever mention being like sexually attracted to him?
Yes, most likely.
Did you ever talk about like meeting a person like someday?
Probably.
Did you ever make any like concrete plans to hang out?
I don't remember.
What about saying things like I wish he was here?
Yeah, I do remember saying that.
I want to talk about the first time the two of you, the first time the defendant ever come up to New Hampshire to see you.
Huh?
Did the defendant ever come up to New Hampshire to see you?
Yes.
I want to talk about that. Prior to coming up, did he, I guess, let you know that he'd be coming?
No.
When he got there, were you surprised that he was there?
Yes.
And do you know roughly how far it was for him to come see you?
It was like 6 hours.
So where were you living that first time he came?
The Dover apartment.
And when he came up that time, did you actually go out and meet with him and like, hang out?
No.
Did you ask him to leave?
Probably. I remember being really scared. Yeah.
Did he leave?
I think he drove away.
So he came up and you didn't see him and then he left without a fair characterization.
Wait.
We're gonna work on that issue.
Okay.
So he came up, did tell you, you found out who was there, you did see him, and then he left. Is that a fair way to characterize that?
I didn't see. Well, I saw it.
I mean, you didn't meet with him.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You said you saw him. How did you? Let me back up. I just want to clarify. You might have seen him near your apartment, but you didn't actually go to talk to him. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Did he leave you anything on that occasion?
I think that was the time he left money or something on my windshield.
You left money on your windshield?
Yeah, I
Do you
think
remember
so.
specifically how much?
No, I don't know.
How's your memory generally?
Not good.
Did the defendant come up any other times to see you in that 3-month period where you were talking?
Well, yeah, the one time like in my apartment or whatever. I don't know what.
So talk about the time that he came into your apartment. Talk specifically about that. Do you know roughly when that is?
December, January.
2021, 2022?
Yes.
So that time he came, did he tell you where he was going?
No.
And when he got there, did you see him? If I see him, I mean,
Yeah. I mean, eventually.
Tell me.
I think he texted me or we were on the phone. I don't know. And he said he was here, and I kind of at that point was just like, whatever. I'm just gonna see this kid. And then he came up to my apartment, and I think he was there for about an hour. We had sex, and he left.
Do you know roughly what time of day that was?
It was late, like 12, 11.
So where was your son at?
Sleeping.
Is there a reason why he didn't stay?
I didn't want him to.
Did he leave anything at your house on that occasion? Or apartment?
Probably the belt and whatever else, glasses and a hat or something.
So he left you because I was at your apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Other than the night that he was arrested, we noticed that a little bit, did you ever have any other face-to-face, in-person interactions with him?
I don't remember. I don't know.
Any other interactions sticking out in your mind?
Other than the night, the one I just said?
Yep.
You mean like the night he got arrested?
So there's a night you got arrested, and there's a night in December when you two had sex at your apartment. Other than that, do you all ever have a face-to-face with him?
No.
Did at some point you moved to your mom's house?
Yes.
When was that?
March? I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. When the night that was arrested, were you in your mom's house?
Yes.
And how long were you there for?
Month or two.
So you moved to your mom's house, and where did she live?
Summersworth.
Is that an apartment, house, and friend?
It's a house.
And can you just talk about where, I guess what the setup was like, the arrangement was like for bedrooms?
For bedrooms. Yeah, I was in the front. My son was in the middle. And then my mom's room was like in the back of the house.
Did you ever make any sort of plans once you moved into your mom's house for the defendant to come and hang out there?
No,
And why not?
because I didn't want him to.
Was there anyone at your mom's house in particular that you wouldn't have wanted him to come to?
I mean, it was my mom's house. Like, I wouldn't just invite a guy over to my mom's house.
And go back to your relationship with the defendant. I would characterize as being in a relationship, but I guess your interaction between you two.
Lil Gigi brought up something. I'm thinking the same thing. Her personality on the stand is not adding up with the personality displayed during their text messages exchanges. Well said. Let's resume.
What other person was your you're talking? I'm sure you guys are getting texts.
Yeah.
About what?
Like, I don't know if I was like talking to guys or like if he was here or not. I really don't know.
Did you ever get upset and talk to each other?
Yes.
How frequently would you say that?
A lot.
And did you sometimes, after getting respect, want each other to make up?
Yeah.
And why would you go back to continuing to talk to him?
I felt bad for him. I don't know. I just felt bad.
What do you mean you felt bad? Why?
I just felt guilty. He seemed kind of sad, like a sad person. And I don't know. I just didn't want him to ever like do anything to me or himself. So,
You mentioned that your defendant, or that he would say really nice things and make you feel good about yourself.
mhm.
Did this conversation kind of continue on in part because of that?
Yeah, definitely.
Did anything about your drinking affect the way you talked to him? Can
Yes.
you tell me about that?
I would just get really drunk and say crazy things that I didn't mean. That's pretty much it.
Crazy things like what?
Like, I love you or whatever. And I don't know, like most of those texts I was drunk, so.
Do you know how many times total that he came up to see you?
I have no idea.
Was it more than just the 3 times that we talked about the night you got arrested, the night you got sex the first time?
I don't think so.
I want to specifically talk about the night he was arrested. So that would be February 8th, when I for late at night. Okay. Do you remember what point he told you, he first told you he was in New Hampshire?
No.
Do you know how he told you he was in New Hampshire? By that I mean, it was on the phone, a text, just rang your doorbell, pulling down.
Text?
Do you ever text him from a different phone number?
Yeah.
And did you have 2 phones, or how did that work?
It was just an app that I used.
We saw some messages earlier today from like a 620 number. Would that be that app that you used?
Yeah.
I think you had a chance to go through those messages this past week.
Yes.
So if those are on February 8th, can you tell me why you were messaging him on that separate number?
Maybe he blocked me.
Maybe he blocked you.
Yeah.
And what were you trying to do with those messages? What was the point of you sending those?
I think I was just scared that he did something bad to himself.
I have a question. So, in a few of these messages we saw, you're asking him. Yes, this is 647 is the messages from earlier that yeah, the captain ran first up. So in these messages, you're asking him to FaceTime you, call you. Remember why you were doing that?
I think I was trying to see if he was here or not.
You're trying to see if he was here or not?
Mhm.
Why did you think he was here?
I can't remember. Sorry.
That's okay. Seeing a copy of one of those messages. Help you remember? So read that to yourself, this blue one.
Page.
There's no pages on this. I can tell you it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th from that. 2, 8, and 11, 5 a.m. Read to just two. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry for you. Why were you messaging the defendant that morning?
I guess because my door looked weird.
What about your door looked weird? Why would you message the defendant about that?
It just looks like it was open, I think, or something. I don't know.
And what were you worried about?
Like him breaking in.
Him breaking in.
hmm
And so you're asking him to FaceTime you. Why that?
I just wanted to see if he was like in my house
And why would FaceTiming him help
or
you
in
figure that out?
New Hampshire. Well, I would be able to see.
So you're asking him to FaceTime you so that you can see the background of the phone, is that right?
Yeah.
So those messages from that morning, you're trying to figure out who's in New Hampshire. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Characterization?
Yes.
When, or at some point that day, did he tell you that he was in fact in New Hampshire?
I don't think so.
Sorry.
I don't think so.
Well, let me rephrase that. At some point that night, did you know that he was in New Hampshire?
Well, yes. Yeah.
And how did you know that?
I think he texted. Like I don't know. Are you talking about like the night he got arrested?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he texted me or something.
And do you remember if you had been drinking that night?
Yes.
So he texts you that he's there. Do you meet with him in person?
Yeah, I went out to his car.
What time of day was that? I don't remember the exact time, but night, morning,
It was night. It was late at night.
And was anybody in the house like up and around at that time?
No, my mom was sleeping and my son was in bed sleeping.
You know where Weston was sleeping?
My room.
So you said you went and met with the defendant in his truck?
Yep.
Where was he parked?
He was parked at the top of my street, next to like on the corner.
Have you ever been in a defense car before or truck before?
I don't think so.
And when you got into this truck, what, if anything, you noticed about it?
I noticed there was like blankets and stuff in the back,
Like how was the lines and stuff like that?
like a bed.
Like a bed.
Yeah.
And when you were in the truck with him, what did you guys talk about?
I don't know. Just said like, I don't know. I can't remember.
What did you guys do?
I went down on him for like 5 seconds and then I was really grossed out and realized what I was doing and stopped. And then I think that's kind of when I was like, well, I'm gonna go back inside now.
Did you do anything else in the truck?
No.
How did you leave things? Yeah, like how did you leave it in the truck?
I think I said, do not come back to my mom's house
Why would you want to go back to mom's house?
because it's my mom's house.
So what happened after you left the truck?
I went back inside. I think I drank more and then went to bed.
Where did you go to bed?
In my bed, my room.
And what were you wearing when you went to bed?
I think a robe.
A bathrobe?
Yeah.
Were you wearing anything underneath your bathrobe?
No.
Are you a heavy sleeper generally?
If I have wine, yes.
And you said you were drinking, but I don't know if you said what you were drinking.
Yeah, I was drinking wine.
What is the next thing you remember after going to sleep?
Just seeing someone in my hallway.
Can you talk about that as hearing?
Yes, it was just really scary. I think I ran into my mom's room. I wasn't sure what it was. I don't know. I think she came back, followed me back into my room because that's where Weston was. And then I called the police.
So when you woke up and you saw somebody in your, because we were in your room, did you see this person?
Like just right outside my door in the hallway.
When you woke up, well, first, did you know what woke you up?
I don't know, honestly. No idea.
Did you immediately think when you saw this person, that that's the defendant? He must be in your house.
No.
Tell me what your thought process was.
Like this sounds silly, but I like thought it was like a ghost, and then I was like, it's not possible. So I don't know. I just was like, I don't know. It took me a minute to wake up, and then eventually I was like, oh, could be him.
How confident were you that you even saw someone?
Oh, 100%.
And you said after a minute of thinking you thought it could be him?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did the, I guess, frame of the person sort of match the defendant in your opinion?
Yes.
So you said that you went by your mom?
Yeah.
What was that conversation like?
I said I just saw something, and then I don't know. I don't know if she just got up. I think with me, and we just went back.
What did you hear?
I think we heard stuff in the attic,
Donna.
noises.
Did you reach out to the defendant at all at that point?
Jack, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think I might found the girl.
You know what, Jack? I can't. Wait.
Now, because the girl is 24 years old, right?
Yeah, I think that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think I might have found her. 5 foot tall, long dark hair, tattoos, personal DMs. She's 5 foot curvy. New Hampshire.
I can't with Jack.
I think her name might be VIP Ali.
Do you have a picture you can pull up on here?
Yeah. I mean,
It might be her.
it's protected. It's a protected profile.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
But I see her. Looks like she got some little costume on. I'm letting you subscribe and show some love. Want to see explicit photos, videos, private requests. Hit subscribe button. Get freaky with me.
Mm.
Now, like I said, this could possibly be her because of age and everything else match New Hampshire, all the other stuff.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
So,
now,
and
how
I'm
tall you
also
said she was again? I'm just curious.
24 years old.
No, how tall you said she was?
5 foot tall.
Okay, interesting.
So,
Not saying
I
height
mean,
means anything. I was just curious. Okay.
I mean, like I said, it could be a possibility that it is her because she matches the description. So,
Tell you can never hide on social
um,
media. Let me read Strong's comment. Okay, they
uh,
won't show her, but take about an hour to read those graphic text messages. Mm-hmm. All right, what Nell Gigi says here. Did she say she saw him? Oh, I didn't catch that one. I don't know what part you talking about, Nell Gigi. I'm sorry if I can't answer that question. All right, go back, Jack. Have anything to say before I resume? Anything else?
like I said, I'm still looking, but I think I might found the OnlyFans individual.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Well, if she is on OnlyFans, should be, yeah, it's probably out there. I know they call her NR or something like that.
yeah. NR. I mean, that could just be a random name that they could have used to throw people off. But like I
Oh,
said,
okay.
the profile I'm looking at matches her age, and uh, if she has tattoos, that's probably going to be her if it's confirmed.
Mm.
Yeah, because I'm looking at him and I'm looking at the kind of woman he gonna be able to get. She's more dark haired. I mean, she's more dark haired woman. Um, I mean, I'm gonna keep it honest. I don't see him being with a blonde haired, blue eyed one. I don't think they don't pay him much mind. Um, but this one looks more like his lineage a little bit. So that's why I'm just kind of going by that.
Okay, gotcha. All right, let's resume. Thank you, Jack, for that tip. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's Jack. He don't play. Resume.
I think I, yeah,
Why were you doing that?
because that was just my main thought that it would be him.
Um, you said you called the police?
Yep.
Did the police come?
Yes.
And what happened after they came?
I think they went up in the attic. They went all around the house, outside. And then I think they saw him on the roof of the house.
At what point did you realize that it was a fact?
I don't know. I'm sure the police told me. I don't know.
Did the police want to speak to you about what happened?
Yes.
And did you give them a statement?
Yes.
Did you tell them at that point about going out the truck and kissing him?
I may have.
Remember, whoever told the police or anyone if you about it, the truck and kissing him? Yeah,
I don't know. Oh, in the forensic interview.
Could you repeat
The
that?
forensic interview?
And that would be like a couple days after this.
Yeah.
You heard about an officer that said that she asked if you were in a relationship with him and you said no. Why did you say that?
Judge. Here you go.
Yes, come on up.
This officer asked if you've ever been in any sort of physical relationship.
That might have happened. I might have just missed it, Nell Gigi, but that might have just been said. I thought I heard her say that she drank wine and fell asleep. Then she said that she said that him, but shrugged it off. Possibility. I might just miss that part. Like I said, this here I'm watching with y'all because I did not know they both hit the stand. But Normally they don't normally hit the stand, but I guess, due to the situation, it's not a murder trial, thank God. So I guess that's why they all hit the stand. Resume.
You said no. Why?
Oh, I'm not sure why I said no.
Did you consider you to be in a relationship?
Not in my head, no.
The fact
Look
that
at him. He can't
you
stop crying. Look at him.
sex with this person,
Mhm.
He don't want to go to that booty house. He don't want to go there.
I don't think so.
Why not?
That's like weird.
After, the police actually take the defendant away from your house.
Yes.
After he left, did you go up to where he had been?
Yeah.
And what did you find out there?
Found pee. Oops, sorry. Like a bottle of pee and like food. And then like one of those like white square things. I think I found that a few days later or something. I don't know.
Were those items yours?
No.
No, you went to sleep all that night?
I don't think so.
And that next day, do you remember if the police came back to talk to you at all?
Yeah.
And do you remember what that conversation was about?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
He said that they just
You want to come up?
Look at how the female defense lawyer look at him like, calm down. Look at him. He's trying to calm him down. He's freaking out. Let me fast forward this while they at the stand here.
The officer when we talked to you about any found in phone.
I'm sorry, what?
The officer when we talked to you about asked you about something that he had found in his phone.
Yes.
Did he show you what that was at that time?
No.
Yes, miss. Did you know that the defendant had taken a video of your child?
No.
Overruled. I'm sorry, what was your answer, ma'am?
No.
When did you find out for the first time?
When the police told me that.
Did you ever give him permission to do that?
No.
Did the officer, did you ever end up seeing what's still from that video?
Yes.
What's that?
In the forensic interview.
And were you able to tell from that still whether or not that vagina belonged to you?
No, what?
Sorry, ma'am, your answer?
Yeah.
And did it?
Yes.
Did the detective also show you other photographs taken of the interior of your house at some point, or the interviewer?
Yes.
Did you ever give the defendant permission to come and take those photos?
No.
Did you have any idea that he had come and take those photos?
What?
Did
Sorry.
you have any idea that he had come and taken those photos at the time?
No.
When's the first time you found out about that?
In the forensic interview.
Or the interview? In the days leading up to the defendant getting arrested at your house, did you notice anything unusual about the house?
No, just that my keys were gone.
Okay, your keys were gone. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
I don't know. They were just gone. I couldn't find them anywhere. I had to call the police to get into my car later that night to see if they were in there. They weren't. So,
Do you know roughly about how long they were gone for?
a day.
At the time when your keys were missing, did you think anything of it?
No.
You had mentioned something in that message that I showed you about the door looking weird.
Yeah.
Like, can you recall anything about that?
I don't know. Maybe it wasn't locked. I think it wasn't locked, or maybe it was locked. Either one of those.
Was that something that you and your mom talked about? That peculiarity?
No, I don't. Maybe I may have mentioned it to her.
You mentioned that during your forensic interview, being shown some photographs of items. So I'm going to show you some of those items and let you know if you recognize them. States 38, 37, 36, and 35. Do you want to just go through those and tell me if you know what they are?
Oh, these are mine. Just like underwear.
Underwear.
Yeah.
Where did you typically keep those in your house?
In the corner, like right outside my room in the hallway.
Is it in the corner outside your room in the hallway?
Yeah.
Are they contained in anything?
Like a basket. I don't know. I was always in the middle of cleaning and stuff.
Okay. But not like a dresser in your room.
No.
Was there like, is it a basket in the hallway that where you typically store your undergarments?
Yeah.
Do you know what they would have cleaned or dirty?
Probably clean.
And then this is 40. Do you know what this is?
Yeah, those are my bikini bottoms.
Bikini bottoms?
Yeah.
So that stays 40. Do you know where you would have kept that?
Probably the same place.
I'm going to show you what the market states for. Do you recognize what this is?
Yeah, that's mine.
Okay. Do you know that red bathing suit anywhere in this picture?
Yes, right there.
Okay, so that bathing suit's in that picture?
Yeah.
So possible if it was in a hallway, it's on your bedroom floor?
Yeah.
Um,
Check my avatar.
yeah, sorry. All right, so the states.
Donna. That's her.
That's her. Oh, wait a
Yeah.
minute. How can
That's
I make
her.
it bigger? No, that's not bigger. That's not bigger. All right, I'm trying to make it bigger. Oh, that's. Can I make you bigger? Oh, darn. No, that's not. Oh. Is that her you saying right there?
That's it. That's her.
Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I want to see. Is there any way I could just blow you up? Let me see.
Yeah, her name is Her name is Chloe.
Name is Chloe.
Actually, here you go. I'll send you a link.
Okay. Send me the link. Let me see. I can click it from here. I'll just wait a minute. Oh. Okay. Hold a second here. Ladies and gentlemen, just give me a second. I'm gonna put it on mute for a second because I want to try to see if I can copy this picture. Hold a second. Okay, I think I got the picture. All right, I'm gonna put up the picture in a second. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm put back the trial. So let me see if I can load up the picture so you can see bigger size. Thank you, Jack. Resume.
Yes.
What was that?
My license.
That's your license and your driver's license?
Yeah.
And can you tell, or do you know where that was when the picture was taken?
Looks like on my rug in my room.
You're right in your room.
Yeah.
States 32. Do you know what this picture is of?
It's my phone.
And where would you keep your phone when you're sleeping?
To me.
Next to you? Would it be like in bed next to you or on like a surface of some sort?
Not in bed.
And then finally, the original warrant. There's a redaction, but can you tell me this is a picture of 623?
Ladies and gentlemen, this might be her. Resume.
It is her. It is her because the story the storyline fits the description.
It did look like, I just wanted to be, just say allegedly or whatever. But yeah, it does kind
Yeah,
of
let's just say alleged, just for legal purposes.
allegedly. Thank you, Jack. So this is her, huh? Oh, allegedly. Might be her. Resume.
My vagina.
Right now, your few more questions. What are the absolute items that you left at your house in December that one time you came in? We asked for the first. Is that the only time you ever came in with your permission?
Yes.
And that was in your apartment over.
Yes.
And I think you mentioned a belt, a hat, and glasses that you left.
Yes.
You don't happen to those items.
I think I threw them away.
Did you ever tell him you threw them away?
I think so.
Was he a copy of your messages? Don't remember if you told him that you got rid of those items.
Yes.
Page 1533 from messages. Just read that to yourself and tell me if it helps you remember if you told him that you threw some of those items away. Okay. And did you tell him that you threw glasses and possibly the belt away?
Yes.
Okay. In my response, I'm going to ask you if you see Defendant Mauricio, if you see him over today.
Yes.
Can you point to him and identify the color shirt he's wearing?
Blue.
Okay, Strong. Thank you for being here. I know this is a long one, but I didn't realize these other, that he took the stand and she took the stand. But thank you so much for being here. Good to see you. And please come back. I'm about to find you if you disappear like that again. But I hope all is well for you and blessings to you. And good night.
The record reflects how it was a defendant.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, the record will so reflect.
Those are the questions I have for you now. We're supposed to start.
Mr. Branch, we'll get started with cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Eric Sargent. I don't think I've met, is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
If you don't mind, ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
Okay. Is your class alive?
Oh, no, that's okay. I have another. Thank
If
you.
you need something, that's why it's not great.
Okay.
I just have a couple of questions for Richard. May I go ahead, Richard?
Sure.
I want to sort of backtrack a little bit. I'm not going to go over everything that Attorney Blythe went over with you. I had a couple of questions around the same period. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay. If I'm not clear, and sometimes I'm not. Just shout out and I can ask a question.
Okay.
Basically, you had, or rather, recently became a client or a subscriber to OnlyFans in October 2021.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that really about a month later, you started to become a little closer.
Yes.
That was in November of 2021 when you guys told me that you loved it.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. In November of 2021, did you tell him that you loved it?
I guess so.
Well, I'm not trying to trick you. If you don't remember, that's okay. Do you remember?
Yes.
You did? Okay. So in November of 2021, you told him the first time you loved him.
Yes.
Now, bump ahead to December of 2021, about the first visit he came up. First time he came up, when you didn't see him, but you saw him taking that phone. Remember that time? The time you walked up $500.
Oh, yep.
I'm sorry. Okay?
Okay.
You release a heart?
Okay.
If I would tell you that was on December 7th of 2021, does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not sure you're sure. Listen this way. The time that you had a physical relationship with him was right before Christmas, right?
Yes.
And before that, they came up when you left the money, correct?
He left money like right in the beginning.
Right, so if I would say December 7th, that makes sense to you?
I guess so, yes.
If I were to show you a text message, you think that might remind you of refresh your memory of the day that you actually saw him that night?
Sure.
Can I give it a shot?
Yeah.
This will help you. I'm around line, always have your issue.
Okay.
I go solution for it. Take a look at that and see if that refreshes your memory.
Yeah.
So it looks like it was on December 7th. You know, that was the day that you sent him away, correct?
Yes.
I say yes.
Yes.
And after you send him away, you say to him in a text message, I should have gone to say hi, right?
Correct.
And then you said, he says, that's fine.
Correct.
And then you text back and you said, I miss you. Right?
Yes.
And that was after you just sent him away, right?
Yes.
On the same day, the next text you say to him, now I want to see you.
Yes.
Would you like to show us your, I want to be sure.
Tuesday occasion where you're
5 Would you like me to show you the text?
Yes.
May I push it to you?
Yes.
Yep.
So that does that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
So that text is accurate? You sent that, right?
I sent that text.
I would ask if you mark it as a full exhibit, not mark it as a full exhibit.
Yes.
And you also asked him on December 7th, after he was off, you asked him if you wanted him.
Yes.
And you say to him, that falls, I would have invited you in last night, if I had known they were there. Want to say that one?
I don't remember.
You know what?
I don't remember saying that.
I'm well disorganized, so I just, if it's one.
Well, folks, I think what might make sense at this point while Attorney Starbrandt organizes his documents, why don't we take, I was going to plan a break in about 5 minutes anyway. Let's do it now for 15 minutes and then we'll come back in at 10 minutes of 3. All right, thank you.
No.
In fact, you told me a couple of times. Well, they both were so. You actually have any physical contact with him, right? Jesse?
Yeah, can I see that?
Sure. This is page 550.
Okay.
And just check the date, make sure I can get these wrong. Okay, so December 7th. You asked me if you regrets coming, right?
Right.
And also December 7th, you actually sent a text and said, if I know you were there. You were saying something like that to him?
Yes.
You also say, the next day, on the 12th, talking about coming by unannounced, you say to him, like, I would never want you to do that again. Remember saying that to him the next day?
Yes.
Like, I should have just easy. Go ahead. I'll see it.
Yeah, I'll see it.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, this is page 586.
Oh, okay.
Refresh your memory.
Yes.
You asked me, came over on the 28th. Like, I would never want you to do that again, right?
Correct.
And then you say, a minute later, but it was a little hot.
Correct.
Why would you say that?
Not sure.
He was surprised by it when you said that. Remember me saying, like, are you sarcastic? Are you kidding me? Remember you saying that? I think it was.
I remember.
Okay. He says, like, are you kidding me? Or are you sarcastic? So I'm sure he was serious, right?
Correct.
And you said, no, I swear to God, right?
Right.
And then, on the 9th, 2 days after the 7th, and you still haven't actually seen him, you haven't actually had any physical contact with him, right?
Right.
I'm going to fast forward this because he's basically going over the text messages. But I did see that somebody on the stand. Let's just listen to this for a few minutes. I'm going to let y'all go because it is extremely late. Let's see who this dude is on the stand. Let's go from here. Who is this dude here?
Rachel, be fair to say that you sent the defendant some mixed messages about how you felt about it.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Be fair to say that you sent the defendant some mixed messages about how you felt about it.
Yes.
And would some of those have sort of sexual overtones to them?
Yes.
The defense attorney specifically mentioned something like rape me. Did you?
Yes, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Mr. Brian Kennedy to the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. You'll see that this witness stand opens up in the back. You can step right in. I'd ask you to remain standing for a moment and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, I did.
All right, please be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kennedy. Can you please state your first name, last name, and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Bryant Kennedy, last name spelled Kennedy.
Kennedy, where do you currently work?
I work for the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
In what capacity?
I work as a criminalist one.
Can you describe the duties or roles of criminalist one?
Sure. I am assigned as a member of the Forensic Biology Unit, performing serology and DNA casework analyses. We have different capacities of functions depending on what unit you're working in specifically at the given time.
So you mentioned serology. What is serology?
Serology is the identification of body fluids.
Did you receive any special training in order to be able to perform that job and specifically serology?
Yes, I did.
So let's start talking briefly about that. Where did you go to school?
I went to the University of New Haven in New Haven, Connecticut, and I have a bachelor's in forensic science.
So once you obtain a bachelor's degree, what other training is required in order to be able to perform in the field of serology?
We have requirements to be a criminalist here at the New Hampshire Forensic Laboratory.
Okay, ladies, and I'm going to end this because it's extremely late, especially on my end. And we will I will definitely do some more clips on this one. Yeah, because this is very interesting. I want to see how it's going to turn out. So it seems like it's going to be a short trial. Probably next week it's wrapped up. Maybe they're going to have a verdict Monday or Tuesday. I don't know exactly. But this is the woman that might be allegedly. And yes, what this man did was wrong. He broke into her home, he copied her keys, and he was sleeping up in her attic and stuff. But we have to look at it. Like I said, I go in deeper into stuff. We have to see the behavior, what was led up to it. She had sex with this man, and she asked for the R. It's a whole lot of things here come to play. So we have to see exactly what the jury say, what's going to happen there. And in a way, I feel that he was manipulated. I kind of a little bit feel bad for him, such a young age. But like Jack said, he had choices. But he's just so young. He's still, growing up. 20 years old, just got a teens, his mind's confused. And this is probably the first cookies he ever had in his life. Or second cookies. He ain't had too much experience. But she was texting him, I love you. I want to be with you and all that. So that was encouragement. And he probably thought that he was being a savior and being romantic by being up in that attic. That's just my opinion. But I will follow up more on this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's 20, she's 24. They both young.
Correct.
I mean, it's just he'll probably do about a year or two. I don't think he's gonna do some heavy prison time.
But if he do, let's say they give him a year or two, they put you in prison or you be in a jailhouse?
No, you going to prison. Anything over a year is prison.
Oh.
Yeah, so they might do a year, probably a year and a half. If he's on good behavior, they give him 2 years and he might do like 13 months or so after it's all said and done, if he's on good behavior.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't get much, unfortunately, because of the way the trial is going. But he
can always sign up on PC. He can be on PC.
Oh, okay. But he definitely needs a lot of therapy, counseling and someone to talk to, because he never had nobody to guide him.
Yeah, I mean, he made a bad decision and he had to pay. But I agree. She's a hoe when it comes down to it.
Mm-hmm. Buying TVs, giving him a list, and fireplace. You don't ask
paying her rent and all kind of stuff. So, I mean, like I said, Chloe, look here, Chloe, you're not innocent, Chloe. Yeah, that's right, Chloe. We know who you are. We know your name. You're from New Hampshire. You're 24 years old. You got a kid, and you live with your mother. Yeah, we got the right one. That's you. That's you, Chloe. Yes, y'all. That's Chloe right there. That's the one who didn't want to show her face. But guess what? We're showing her face right now. Now what? Public records, baby. Public records. But I still believe that he'll probably do about 14, 15 months.
I have to find out more as what's going to be charges or whatever. I don't know exactly.
Stalking. Stalking, burglary, stalking, burglary. I mean, they'll probably be about 3 to 5, but they'll probably give them about a year and a half.
Yeah, because he didn't assault her, and there's no, R.
He didn't rape her. He didn't abuse her. He didn't kidnap nobody. He was just a damn creep.
And that list they've read didn't say anything about, and I'm gonna, end her life. KL, the K word. We got talking codes on YouTube, whatever. So we'll just see what happens. But I really want to follow this because I thought it was very interesting. Because, like I said, Jeff, when I remember reading this, I was gonna cover it, and I was like, "What? OnlyFans?" I'm like, you got to be careful. You don't know how people can find you. But no, he didn't have to look. She gave her number. She gave her address. And when he came over there unannounced, and she was like, well, come on in. No, that's not good, girl. Not good. And then saying, oh, she's been assaulted. Then with the the cut marks on her wrist. Oh, she was playing a very dangerous game with this man, and she's lucky this guy wasn't. You know how he's a stalker. He was obsessed, but he wasn't a. He's not a killer.
No, she's not innocent.
Yeah.
She just a damn freak.
Mm-hmm. Because you know those type of dudes, Jack. That wrong dude. She would have been in a court. This would have been a whole completely different case. Those type of dudes. Oh, you want to play this game? Oh, you want to play that? You took my money? You gonna play me? Talking about you love me? All right, I got something for you. A bullet with your name on it.
Yeah, Guerrero had also bought a Bluetooth tracking device, which he intended to set up on Chloe's car to stay informed about her whereabouts at all times. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I remember hearing that. I think I read that in the article with that one. Yeah. Oh boy, I don't know, but he's completely wrong. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't get all twisted. What I'm saying is he's wrong. He did do something. I just maybe I get some sort of prison time or whatever because he did.
Yeah, he gonna do about a couple of years.
He broke in the house. He copied the keys, but she was playing a dangerous game. And she's not all that innocent.
Yeah, Chloe, I suggest Chloe should officially retire from OnlyFans.
Imagine how many other men she's out there doing the same thing to, Jack. Imagine how many other men.
All the other men weren't falling for it. It's just him.
He's young and he's naive.
Hell, you don't think the other ones were young or younger than he is?
You're right. You got a point. Yeah. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna end it here. Been here for like forever, and I also wanted to say Happy Mother's Day to everyone and all that. Ooh, I gotta get up early for church. All right, everybody had themselves a great Mother's Day and a blessed one. It's actually a beautiful thing. And also I want to say is date smart, not thirsty, and be careful messing with people's feelings because this could have went a whole nother way. I could be covering a murder trial. Thank God that she's alive. Thank God. And talk to your children. Teach your children about dating because somewhere in his life he was never taught about dating and accepting this, accepting that. If somebody was around him, he could have talked to him and said, "Hey, I met this girl on OnlyFans." He'd be like, "What? No. What? She just using you." But I think he didn't have nobody in his circle. He's probably a loner. Probably had parents that didn't really care, whatever the deal is. He didn't have no one to talk to. All he had to talk to was her. Yeah, I said it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, date smart, not thirsty. Stay tuned for some more Dawn Just Being Real, and I will cover this again, a little bit of an update and see what's happening. Bye.